server. I am sure a big part of the experience for a lot of players is to acquire some of the many rare and wonderful items that will be either nerfed or removed in the future of the server. These are items that will exponentially grow in value over time due to the functionality that they can provide, or some will purely be used for serious e-swag in the future. So I thought this would be a good opportunity to count down the top 10 of my favourite nerfed and removed items from the EverQuest trilogy. Number 10, the moss-covered twig. Over in the Frontier Mountains, there is a rare Yeti named Bugu. The first few the Kunark, Bugu can drop the moss-covered twig. Did you ever want to channel the Fist of the North Star? Well, with the moss-covered twig, you can. This weapon only has 3 points of damage. However, it attacks in the damage department, it more than makes up for in speed. It has a delay of 10. Imagine playing a monk with 7 fists that are 9 damage, 6 delay, and then having an offhand that's 10 delay. Did someone say... To be honest, I don't actually know the practicality of this weapon for in terms of damage. It is offhand only, so I don't believe that weapon damage and bonus applies to it. The best it's probably going to do is be a beast for pushing mobs in terms of interrupting their casting. But I mean, epic monks using both fists do that anyway. I am sure warriors could probably get some use out of it in terms of threat generation. An interesting thing to note on P99 is it does say paladins and shadow knights can wield this weapon regardless of it being offhand only. I have no idea how that would actually function, because those classes do not have the dual wield skill, so I don't even think they'd even be able to equip it. And even if they could, without dual wield, would it even swing? I don't know. Regardless of all this, I still think it is a very fascinating weapon, and I would love to get my hands on one. The moss-covered twig is replaced with the first branch a few months into the release of the Kunark expansion. The Thex Dagger. The Thex Dagger is a nice little item that gets removed very early on in this game's life. Anyone who's familiar with High Keep has probably encountered this before. Apart from being a very nice little Star Wars reference, she was also the center of a short quest rewarded with the Thex Dagger. The spawning mechanics of this quest were very buggy, requiring some strict timing to hand it in successfully. Now, whether because of these bugs in the quest, or the fact that the Thex Dagger can be worn in the range slot and grants 50 disease resist, the quest was eventually changed, and the Thex Dagger was no longer rewarded. Knowledge of this item on blue 10 years ago was probably very limited. That, mixed in with the fact that it was nerfed 10 years ago, means that the Thex Daggers on blue are worth quite a bit of money. I imagine there aren't many of them left in circulation. Currently on green, the knowledge of this item is not like it was 10 years ago. Everyone knows about the Thex Dagger now. There are hundreds of players that are queuing up to farm Thex Daggers. I imagine a lot of these people are hoping to make money in the future, but by the looks of it, the daggers will be flooded onto green server on a scale that blue never saw, making their value potentially never reach anything significant for quite a long time, if ever at all. Regardless of this, it's still definitely a nice little item to have. 50 disease resist is nothing to sneeze at in a single slot, especially in Classic. Number 8, the Locket of Escape. This item drops in the Temple of Rock Gus himself. Now, what is the Locket of Escape, you might ask? It's not one of the most popular items. It might be something that's special to see, but it certainly is a very special item. The Locket holds a single charge, which to casters is probably no big deal at all, but to us melee peasants, this item allows us to place our bind in some seriously advantageous positions throughout the game. This item gets removed from the loot table about a month into the release of Kunark. Any of the remaining lockets stay in the game unaffected, even though the locket only has a single charge. Just like most other items with limited charges, how do you recharge an item? Well, by keeping one of the desired items under the charge, you can sell the fully charged item to the vendor. Vendors will only ever have a single inventory slot for an item, whether it's sacred or not. What this means is that whatever charges the initial item sold to the vendor has, all of the following items sold will then have that initial amount of charge when bought back. For lore items such as the locket, this does require multiple players having the item. Player with the fully charged item sells their locket to the vendor, and then the player with the depleted item sells their locket to the vendor. Each player will then buy back a fully charged locket. Very simple. Now, when you're doing this for simple items such as root nets or Spirit of Wolf potions, it is pretty inexpensive. The locket, however, does not have that luxury. If you want to buy back a locket from a vendor, it will cost you a casual 10,000 platinum for each locket. That means if you want to buy a melee bind in the future, you are looking to spend about 20k just for the recharge costs alone, and then probably a 1 or 2k tip for the owner or owners of the lockets. This is quite significant because high-end raiding guilds will want to have a lot of their melee characters bound outside raid areas for quick mobilization. Reptox is actually bound outside of the Temple of Vishan for this exact purpose, and because of the significance of that bind, I doubt I will ever change his bind location. In the future, I would love to have my own locket for the purposes of binding myself into the Plane of Mischief on my monk. Number 7. The Blade of the Black Dragon Eye. To the untrained, this item at first might not seem that special, but on closer inspection, this weapon is actually insane. The ratio is the same as the Warrior Epic, and the Envenomed Breath proc is an absolute monster for warriors wanting to generate threat. The sword is essentially a Vishan strength weapon that drops in a pre-raid dungeon from a level 55 frog, and it can be traded. The only thing that's missing is stats. So the sword drops in Old Settlers of Frogloth Reet Knights for the first 7 months or so of Kunite, and after that it does get replaced with the Blade of the Green Dragon, a slightly worse ratio. The Blade of the Black Dragon is moved into Vishan's field and turned into the Sword of the Shishar. The ratio is slightly increased, and then some stats are thrown onto it. The difference being, this is an endgame raid zone where some of the best loot in the whole game drops. So people lucky enough to get their hands on one of these pre-nerf will find themselves with quite a valuable item moving into the future. Number 6. The Circlet of Shadow. Have you ever played a Shadow Knight or a Necromancer in Kunite? Then you probably know what this item is. The Circlet of Shadow drops in the Temple of Droga off of the Goblin body parts that spawn in the rooms surrounding Chief Rockgust. And, like many of the items on this list, it's not so much the stats that are what make it stand out, but the functionality that it brings. This item has an instant cast, self-only invisibility spell, and you do, however, have to be a Shadow Knight or a Necromancer to use this. But this mixed with the toolset that those classes already have makes it almost a must-have item, especially for Necromancer. Do you have a whole bunch of mobs on you that you need to get rid of? Feign death, wait for the toolset, instant invisibility. Solo charm killing down in Howling Stones, need to efficiently and instantly break your charms? No problem, instant invisibility. This item was replaced with the Circlet of Shadows about 6 months into Belios on the blue server. The Circlet of Shadows is the exact same, except the invis cast is 5 seconds instead of instant. It still makes this a nice item to have because not needing to use a spell gem or spend mana to cast invisibility is great, but this is still a significant improvement to the item's utility. All of the previously dropped circlets do remain in the game unaffected, and an item to hold on to into the future. Number 5. The Holgresh Elder Beads. Alright, so if you've ever watched one of my streams on Twitch, you know all about these beads. The Holgresh Elder Beads drop off the Holgresh Elder in Awakening Lands, and they're removed from the game about 6 months after the launch of Belios. The Elder Beads have utility purposes for almost every class in the game. However, for monks, they open up mechanics that don't even compare to anything else in the game. It's almost akin to opening an entire new set of skills and abilities. The intricacies and nuances of the monk-elder bead relationship are so vast that I could dedicate an entire video to the item alone. On face value, it is a very simple item. It can be clicked from the inventory slot, and it can cast a low-level mage spell called Eye of Zon. Some of the more simpler utilities that the Eye of Zon adds are as follows. You can attack your eye to proc the OT hammer. Necromancers can life tap the eye. If you shrink down and squeeze yourself right up against a wall, and then cast Eye of Zon, it will drop through the wall and end up back at the zone entrance. This is extremely handy in zones such as Temple of Vishan, Dragon's Necropolis, and Sleeper's Tomb, as it allows you to either click the exit portal and zone directly out, or invite other players who are waiting at the entrance to a group so that they can be summoned down into the depths of the dungeon. If you cast the eye and then move it flush up against a wall, you'll often be able to clip your vision through that wall, giving you sight into areas adjacent to the wall and below you that would otherwise be blocked by line of sight. For any mobs that cast Harm Touch, you can more often than not eat that Harm Touch by aggroing the mob with the eye, which frees up a huge amount of health that will be otherwise drained from your character. But, as stated previously, where the beads absolutely outshine all of this is in the hands. The utility that the Eye of Zon brings to a monk that is scouting and splitting mobs mixed with Feign Death is unmatched. I was silly, and I told myself that I'd never get my own pair, and I gave up before I even properly attempted to get one. I can say without a doubt that my biggest regret in the entire journey of playing Reptiles through Project 1999 is that I did not get my own pair of Holgresh Elder Beads. I am very fortunate enough to have some amazing friends who have allowed me to borrow this item during periods that they didn't need it. I've always had to stress when people see me using this on my stream, the beads aren't mine. I'm only being given the privilege of using them by people who were smart enough while they were available. These beads go for 350,000 platinum nowadays on the blue server, and that value will only rise as these remain in circulation. Number 4, the Mana Stone. The Mana Stone. The item that, in my opinion, seems to be surrounded by the most controversy. The Mana Stone drops from the Evil Eye in Lower Guck, and it is removed from the game when the Soul Row patch goes live. All existing Mana Stones in the game will remain usable. A very simple item that drops off a very simple mob. The Mana Stone is an offhand that's usable by all pure caster classes and bards. We can't forget about the bards. Now the item's got no stats, but it has the effect Mana Conversion, which converts 60 hit points into 20 mana. Now at first glance, this at least to me doesn't sound very good. But this is an instant cast and it's clickable from the inventory, meaning that some classes it's absolutely broken. So clerics have complete heal, they can spam click this until they're almost dead, then heal everything back. Now I'm not a big caster player, and I'm probably one of the worst people to talk about hit point to mana conversion ratios, but from the people who I know who have used the Mana Stone, they tell me that it pretty much breaks the game for certain classes. And the fact that the remaining Mana Stones in circulation on P99 Blue go for close to 1 million platinum, I am inclined to believe it. This item is so broken that it didn't get nerfed into a lesser version of itself, but instead got completely removed from the game. Also, the item is only usable in classic world zones, meaning if you're in a zone from Kunark or Velios, you can't use it full stop. The game will just not let you. But restrictions like this never stopped clever players from finding ways around them, such as druids and wizards who can port to a classic zone, click the Mana Stone until they're almost dead, and then go back into the expansion zone. Number 3, the Fungus Covered Greatstaff. What can I say about this item? It drops off the Myconid Spore King in the depths of Old Settlers. It's a fungi tunic that you don't have to wear. It's usable by all classes and all races in the game. I do believe that the fungal regrowth effect when cast stacks with the fungal regrowth effect that is worn, meaning that if you have a fungi tunic and the staff, the regen will stack onto itself. The only downside to this staff is that fungal regrowth has a cast effect applies a snare to your character, so it's not really good in terms of mobility, but the fact that it's instant and free, and you can do it whenever you want, means that it's pretty much irrelevant that it puts a snare on you. You just click that shit off when you want to move, and then you recast it again when you stop. This item is absolutely buku bananas broken, and that's probably why it got nerfed 2 months or so into the release of Kunark and replaced with the fungi covered Greatstaff, which, let's face it, it's equally as good, but only druids and shamans can use it. On P99 Blue, I would say that the pre-nerf fungi staffs that are still in circulation are probably the top 3 of the most valuable items on the server. I'm talking like 2 mil minimum. Number 2, the Guise of the Deceiver. Of course this was going to make it into the video. In my opinion, it's one of the most iconic nerfed items in the entire game. Everyone knows about the mask that bards and rogues can use to give themselves the Dark Elf illusion. The Guise of the Deceiver drops from the Ghoul Assassin in Lower Guck. Before its nerf, this item was actually clickable from the inventory by any class race combination in the game. For the most part, people just want this for cosmetic purposes, but it does hold some serious practical values as well. Large races in particular can really benefit from this. It's basically a spell that allows them to shrink, especially handy in classic dungeons that ogres, for example, would really struggle to squeeze into. Provided your character is either agnostic or worships the appropriate gods, the Dark Elf illusion will give you access to Dark Elf areas without being killed on sight. Now that night blindness is such a big thing on green, you can bet plenty of people are going to want to get their hands on the mask just so they can see in the dark. Dark Elves, of course, being the only race in Classic that gets Ultra Vision as a racial bonus. Cool factor, obviously, let's face it, Dark Elves are one of the most popular races in many RPGs, and Quest is no exception. Having the ability to change into a Dark Elf no matter what class you're playing, it's enough for most people to want to get their hands on it. The Guise is replaced with the Mask of Deception, which is only clickable by bards and rogues, and that will be when the Soul Road patch goes live. Alright, so before I get to number 1, here are a few items that came close but didn't quite make the list. Number 1, water loot. Sorry if you feel like this is a cop-out, but the number 1 spot on my list is all of the loot that's dropped from the waters in Sleeper's Tomb. The factors surrounding these items make them some of the most prestigious and rare items in the history of the game. Alright, a history lesson for those of you who do not know. The waters are 4 dragons that guard the imprisoned Keraferm, the Sleeper, at the very bottom of the Sleeper's Tomb. Now, the Sleeper's Tomb in itself is an endgame dungeon that requires a key to enter. In order to get this key, you need to kill one of 5 endgame raid dragons. Talisman. You then have to sneak into the dragon's necropolis and hand this talisman in to jail the Dark's Shade. Oh, did I mention that he's behind a locked door? Well, a 210+ lockpicking rogue can open this for you, but if you find your own key to the door, that's another quest in itself. But that's just 1 key for 1 person on your raid. Now go and do the same thing for another 40 or 50 more people. Cool, now you have a raid force keyed for Sleeper's Tomb. Fight your way through the tomb, killing the 3 giant golem guards and all of their trash along the way. These guys drop private weapons, by the way. Make it all the way down to the bottom, and you can now fight the 4 warders that guard the Sleeper himself. These guys drop some of the best loot in the classic timeline. That does sound time consuming. What makes it different from Vishen's Peak, which also requires an entire raid to go through an arduous process in order to enter, you might ask? Well, as long as 1 warder remains alive at all times, the other 3 will respawn like any other normal raid target. But once all 4 warders have been slain, old Keraferm, the sly dog, will awaken, break out of his prison, and rampage through the game world, killing everyone and everything in his wake, until he makes his way into the depths of Skyshrine, he kills Jelinek, and then he despawns. Once this has happened, Keraferm and all of the warders will never spawn on that server ever again, meaning that the items they drop will go with them. So, the lucky few people who were in a guild competitive enough to reach the waters and get their hands on some of this loot before them or another guild awoke the Sleeper, now they not only hold some of the best in slot items in the game, but some of the rarest and most prestigious items ever to exist in the classic timeline. And that is why I have put them at rank number 1 on my list. Alright, that does it for this one, folks. Are there any amazing items that you know of that I might have missed out on? Why don't you let me know? If you enjoyed it, go check out some of the other nonsense that's on my channel. Stay tuned for some more potential videos at some undetermined point in the future. Cheers.
What is the true history of EverQuest? Ask some people and they'll say it's 20 years of removing all the fun in the game. Nerfs were
You need something? Light bless you. Light be with you. Go with honor, friend. Open for business.
What are you looking for? Be careful.
Need help? Light bless you.
Help you find something? Safe travels.
King's honor, friend. For the Alliance.
have always been mysteries surrounding EverQuest. Tales of a clockwork dragon, quests that haven't been discovered, swords made of fire, horrors beneath the waters of Lake Wrath. This guy? But since then, a lot of these have been debunked or even proven. So I wanted to focus on some of my own personal EQ mysteries. Things that I've always had questions about but could never really explain. But in a world so large, where to begin? Right here with Velius! It's finally been released, and you know what that means, right? The drowned citizens are back in the Freeport sewers! Woo! Now when I tell someone that they swim worse than a drowned citizen, it has some real weight to it. But on a more serious note, I want to talk about this super important statue in Thurgoden. I have a theory about who this is, so if you'd all take out your Velius manuals and turn to page 14. Alright, brief lore lesson. Once upon a time, a bunch of dwarves were sailing around Norath and they got lost in a storm and were carried off to Velius. Now the leader of these dwarves was Colin Dane, and seeing the potential wealth and fortune of this long-lost continent, they landed there and were immediately attacked by giants. Long story short, Colin Dane sacrificed himself so that his people could escape, and they later founded the city of Thurgoden, and so on and so forth. These dwarves then adopted the name Cole Dane in honor of Colin Dane, combining his first and last names, and ever after, the leader of the dwarves was referred to as Dane. Here's some footage of Dane Frostreaver IV. Is he being permacanned? Are there people sitting there? Okay. Here's a picture of him. I believe this to be a double Tolkien reference. In Lord of the Rings Tolkien lore, the dwarves kind of passed on a name, Durin, much like the Danes of EverQuest. And I won't bore you with the details of that. I could, but I won't. That's reference 1. Reference number 2 would be the actual name Dane. I'm sure you're all familiar with Dane Ironfoot, Nain's son, Lord of the Iron Hills, who slew Azog with his red axe at the Battle of Azanul Bazaar during the Third Age and later became king of Durin's folk after Thorin Oakenshield was killed at the Battle of 5 Armies. So I think this is Colin Dane. Seems like a pretty good assumption to me. He even has his magical pick, Snow Chipper, in hand. Nerd! Or you know what? Now that I think about it, it's probably just Brel Ceralis. Here's another statue that's always bothered me. Why is this a hill giant? Shouldn't it be an ice giant? Well, no. Besides the fact that an ice giant statue would probably look a lot like a normal ice giant, this is actually the homeland of the giants. After that fiasco with Relazek, the gods put a curse on all of his creations. Ogres and goblins were stricken dumb. I don't know what happened to orcs. Maybe they were given red eyes and green skin and kilts. But the lush green land of the giants was covered with ice and snow, and the giants that didn't flee their homeland slowly turned into ice monsters. Now I know what you're all thinking. That explains the giants, but what happened to this guy? Well, I don't know. But don't worry, Goblin King. I'll save you!
Groundfolk King.
Druid rings, everyone's favorite thing. Besides being an obvious Stonehenge reference, I still have no clue as to what these are or where they came from. As far as I know, there's no lore about them, but I mean, druids probably made them, right? There's certainly enough to get the job done. They're made out of giant, dark stones with sharp, evil-looking red symbols. That doesn't seem very druid-like, which leads me to believe that something isn't right with them. On closer inspection, I began to notice some strange things about the marker stones. Okay, so follow me on this. A lot of the druid rings appear to be broken down, while others are perfectly intact. I thought that was weird, so I decided to start marking these down on a map, not really thinking anything would come of it. Then I began to notice that there's a lot of druid rings that can't be ported to, and I mean a lot. So I started adding those as well. The living dead can be found at a lot of druid rings, again leading me to believe that there's something very wrong with them. Rainbow dragon butterflies. Some zones are particularly strange, like the Wrath Mountains. There's 2 druid rings. Look at the unkempt marker stone. It's huge. It has those things from the inside on the outside. In Nectulos there's a druid ring and 3 druid poles. And what are these poles? After locating every druid ring and pole in the game and mapping out their locations and the zones they're in, I discovered that I was wasting a lot of my time and that none of this means anything and that the developers are crazy people. Speaking of the Wrath Mountains, what a strange place. There's sphinxes, lizard people, dragons, cyclops, giants, undead, giant undead, and amongst all of these, giant arm statues. Or are they? I assumed that some past civilization had made them, but these mountains didn't even exist until a terrible event unfolded. Ready for another lore theory? Okay, so during the Age of Monuments, the followers of Ralazek, who seem kind of dopey now, but back then they grew to be very powerful, and they eventually opened up portals to the planes of power and challenged the gods themselves, specifically the Wrath Council for some reason, in their plane of Earth. The Rolosian army ultimately lost this battle as they couldn't kill the Wrath in their own plane, but Ralazek was so pleased with his creations that he led a second attack against the council and was victorious. Having captured some of the council, he brought them back to Norath and began executing them. It's said that when the bodies of the fallen gods struck Norath, mountains shot out of the earth, and nearby, having seen their brethren fall to the warlord, a lake was filled with the tears of the remaining council members. Hence the name Lake Wrathtyr. Wraithtyr? I don't know how to say anything. I'm making it all up. I don't know. So here's my question. Are these arms all that's left of the fallen Wrath Council members? I'll let you decide. But the answer is yes. Also, there's a third arm all the way over here. How long has that been there? After playing EQ for years, I still managed to discover new stupid things in this game. I mean, look at it. It blends in with the walls perfectly, and it looks kind of like those rocks that are everywhere. And there's no reason to actually go over to it. It's not a marker for anything. Nothing spawns there. It's not even on any maps. Someone must have decided to just stick it over here, and that's amazing. From now on, when I play, I'll be here, at this arm, giving it a purpose. I'm having a great time. So what else is there to talk about? Muxen's sword? In Kara Isle? It's just a sword that isn't documented anywhere on the internet. That's kind of strange, but pretty boring. You know, I've always been fascinated with the mimic in Runny Eye. But that's just a stupid chest with teeth. No one cares. How about those wall mouths in Guck? Is that like a thing in the wall, or did the Froglocks paint that on there? Now that's dumb too. Although modern games have a severe lack of creepy mouths in the walls. The clock! Why is it at 4 o'clock? Why? But seriously, if you've looked at it a little closer than this, you'll notice that there's some markings on the side of it. Now my first thought was, there's no way the creators of EverQuest actually took the time and cared enough to actually have it say something. Okay, so after watching National Treasure, printing out the Rosetta Stone, and researching Google Images for 47 hours, I discovered that these markings are some kind of combination of Anglo-Saxon, Celtic, and Norse ruins. And when you figure that nonsense out, you can read right up here, Akanon Gnomes. I mean, of course, who else would have made such a mechanical machine? But what I love more than that is the text found below it. Sony EQ. They didn't write Quinos. They specifically had this text backwards so that it would reveal the Easter egg. I don't even know what to say anymore. This game keeps throwing 15-year-old secrets and arms at me, and I don't know how. But wait, are there any other places in EQ where you can find strange ruins? Well, I searched everywhere, and I mean everywhere, and I found one other spot. The EC Tunnel, specifically in the hands of druids. A lot of these symbols appear on the blade of the Nature Walker's scimitar. This one was harder to figure out because the small pixelated text is almost impossible to read, and there's a few runes that I just couldn't find, but you can basically fill in the gaps. It says, "May Earth and Sky protect you, KTR." And I assume the KTR stands for Karana the Rainkeeper, but the C and the K seem to be the same symbol, so I don't really know. On to the next thing. I'd like to take this time to talk about the giant gears of Steamfont for a second. Normally when I try to bring this stuff up to people, they never seem to understand what I'm talking about. These things are massive. I would even say comically large. If they helped power some kind of machine, it'd have to be the size of an entire zone, or maybe several zones, or West Karana. To the best of my knowledge, they aren't mentioned at all in-game, but perhaps this segment I stumbled upon from the Kunark Strategy Guide is the only clue we'll ever get to their origins. Many gnomes put new inventions on display. The most noted was a great clockwork spider that malfunctioned immediately after being unveiled. The known creator of this failed project still answers to this date for the chaos that it caused. I know it was you. I know what you've done, and you won't get away with it. Opal Darkbriar is a weird NPC. She might just appear to be the High Elf Wizard Guildmaster in the Academy of Arcane Science, but she's also the Dark Elf Cleric Guildmaster in the East Freeport slums? What? This nicely dressed man in the ill-begotten sewers seems to be the only guy who knows what's going on. What a creepy weirdo in the sewers. If you actually go and talk to her, she
What
says,
can I do for
"You're
you?"
not a member of the wizard class. Be gone."
Safe.
What does it mean? Alright, I'm putting an end to this. I could go on forever, which I guess is a credit to this game, isn't it? You know, the more I look around and explore EQ, the more I realize just how much effort was put into it. I used to find dead ends or strange pots or seemingly meaningless NPCs and think just that these things weren't finished or didn't have any thought put into them. And the more I question these things, the more I discover how wrong I was. So the next time you're mindlessly grinding EXP or farming plat, take a second to look around. Explore a little. Go on an adventure. Have some fun. This game is amazing, and there's more to it than just raiding or gathering items, in my stupid opinion. As for me, well, I plan to keep on learning and finding meaning in everything. I still don't know much about Kunark, and I really want to talk about the history of the deserts of Ro. Ever wonder why this thing is here? Well, there's a reason for it. Or how about the Oasis of Mar? Why is it called that? There's plague inns, this stone, 4-frame wall fire animations and Runny-Eye, this guy's face, this weird glitchy shelf and Soleil. What is the human faction? What's that all about? Tarantula? I've never seen them. Egyptian scarab statues, secret fire pots, cat people lore? Some of my earliest fascinations with this game involved water, and I bet a lot of EQ players had similar experiences. Maybe you were lured by legends of a lake or lost civilizations. Perhaps you stumbled upon a hidden passageway or found a small bag. Maybe you asked the simple question, what's down there? Or better yet, what's on the other side? Well, I plan to find out. Let's talk about boats. The boats in EverQuest really work. And there's all kinds. The Maiden's Voyage, the Icebreaker, the Barrel Barge, the Bloated Belly. What kind of name is that for a ship, you ask? I don't know. Sounds like a troll name. And all the boats have one thing in common. They take forever. And while a lot of people probably think that's a bad thing, I think it's kind of cool. It makes the world seem that much larger. And all sorts of things can happen while you're waiting around, like meeting new people, exploring other areas of the game, witnessing a robbery, fighting a shark for its treasure, cat people. Maybe you decide you want to hunt mermaids because, you know, you saw one during your travels instead of instantly teleporting somewhere. I mean, EverQuest really is more about the journey than the destination, and my destination just happens to be adventure. You know, the kind where you accidentally log off on the boat, and when you log back on, the game decides to drop you off in the middle of the ocean at night. That kind of adventure. And the boats in this game really take you straight from point A to point B. They often stop off at various islands throughout the game, and islands are awesome. You never know what you're gonna find on an island. Thanks, boats. And if you haven't explored all the islands in EverQuest, then what are you doing? What are all of you doing? Go explore. Or you know what? I'll do it for you. Let's look at some examples. Some of my favorite islands. Let's start with the Ocean of Tears. This zone has everything. There's an island with gargoyles, cyclopses, pirates, bird people, humans that are on the human faction. There's an island with a giant bipedal lizard thing called the Alizu... Alizu... It has treasure. In Timorous Deep, there's an island that looks like a circular wall, but if you investigate it thoroughly enough, you'll find an underwater entrance that leads to the inside. And then there's just a rock mound, and you're all like, well, this sucks. But if you keep searching, you'll find another secret entrance that leads to this super secret hidden tropical lagoon paradise. Thanks, water. But don't go in the water. Off the coast of the Field of Bone, there's a small island. And next to it is a larger island with a giant tangren on it. Who would have thought that this extremely high-level monster would be so close to the Ixar starting area? I bet this guy didn't. And then there's my favorite island of all, found in the Oasis of Mar. Just look at it. It sparks the imagination. What's on that island? What are those? What's that tower for? What's that? Why is the fire blue? I even remember myths back in the day about this tower being some kind of portal to the plane of hate. But there's one thing on Spectre Island for sure, and it's specters. These things are really high level compared to the rest of the zone. There's also really high level goblins in the water. Don't go in the water. And this is something that EverQuest does really well, adding scary high level mobs to lower level zones. They wanted you to be wary, to mind your surroundings. There are threats lurking everywhere in this game. The stakes are high. There's a lot of risk versus reward going on. And mobs like these give you a reason to come back to the zone when you're higher level. What else is around? And I am higher level. I'm 49. I can do whatever I want. And what I want is to destroy these island monsters once and for all with the magic of water. Across the sea on the shores of the Field of Bone lies my very first EverQuest mystery. Share now. Marfury. Who is she? What's she for? Where do I even begin? Well, let's start with the facts. Okay, so here I am on the beach. Now, the first thing you might notice about her is that she's dead. Okay, that's kind of odd, but there's a lot of dead things in EQ, so you know, whatever. If she were in a haunted house, I wouldn't say anything. But she's here, next to the water, so, you know. The video's about water. It's kind of strange that she's not kill on sight, right? Being that she's undead, I think Shadinar might have been onto something. 16 years ago. If you kill her, you'll see that she gives no faction hits, and as far as I know, she doesn't say anything or respond to any text or hails, so no help there. The scaled wolf pup is her placeholder, and if you kill it during the day, it just respawns like normal. But if you kill it at night, then Jernel spawns in its place. And if you kill her at night, she instantly respawns. Now that is weird. How many mobs instantly respawn when they die? I don't know. Ask someone else. Ask him. Or him. Maybe she knows. It's also interesting to note that she travels all the way down the beach and stops right here and looks longingly into the sea, probably full of undead regret and ghost sadness. So that's what we know for certain. Now this is where things get interesting. According to old posts on Alakazam, she would cast a variety of spells. Heals, stuns, lay hands. Okay, a ghost paladin? That in itself seems odd. But people also said that she would cast Gather Shadows. So that makes no sense. On Project 1999, she seems to be a cleric though, casting heals and stuns and root, I think. She never casts lay hands, and she definitely doesn't cast Gather I guess we'll never know for certain what class she was, but let's get back to the question. What is she doing here? It's not often that you see a person on Kunark without scales. I think that's important to note. Reading through some other old posts on Alakazam reveals an interesting theory that perhaps she's a casualty of the Erudite Civil War. I mean, Erudin is right there, after all. I think. I tried to prove this by looking at the first post about her on Alakazam and syncing that up with the release date of the whole, but unfortunately the whole was introduced on June 22nd of 2000, and the earliest post I could find about her was June 6th. So it's likely that she's been wandering the coast since the release of Kunark. Maybe she just died at sea in a storm or something. Her name is Marfury, after all, as in Terumar, the Battle Lord, leader of the Triumvirate of Water. Coincidence? Probably. Perhaps we'll never know the purpose of this poor ghost, but don't weep, timorous deep. I mean, not all mysteries can be solved. Maybe some shouldn't be. So take it easy, Golden Afridi. I'll just leave you with the immortal words of Fair Moon. Wait, I have one last idea. Okay, I know exactly what to do. Stay close. Do exactly as I say. Get ready. Ready? Get her! There's one water-related mystery in all of EverQuest that I'm certain has remained completely unknown. I've never seen it discussed on the internet. In all my time chatting people up in the tunnel, no one ever mentioned it. It's not in any manual, and it's here on Kunark. Area 5. Damn. Now, what most people don't know about this zone is that. I mean, when people come here, they never think to actually look. Anyways, this city is surrounded by water, and if Prexis has taught us anything, it's birds. Birds? Where are they? What? There's birds in this game? Yes, there are birds in EverQuest. No, not those. Not those either. I don't even know what those are. In Furion of I, there's bird sound effects tied to different structures. It's kind of weird. Like you have to walk into the object to trigger the sound. Usually the sound effects in this game are just ambience. They occur when you interact with something, like bags. One cool thing about these birds, though, is that they change depending on what time it is. During the day, you can find seagulls inhabiting these engines of war, some of these trees by the coast, and there's actually songbirds deeper in the woods. When the moon comes out, owls take their place. It's amazing. Well, maybe not amazing, but I love it. And while I'm in Kunark, I might as well kill 2 seagull ghosts in one stone. Top 25 Ixar statues. Since I first stepped foot into Norath, I've heard legends of the monster in the lake, a great sea beast, a terror of the deep, a kraken, Leviathan, a powerful horror that would send the ocean lord Trexus himself quaking in fear. Oh, he was just a goblin. But seriously, I've heard so many people say that there was some kind of monster in Lake Wrath during the beta that I basically accepted it as fact. But there is in fact some remnant of this tale found in-game. If you travel to Kinos and visit this shack at the pond, you can find a guy named Axe Broadsmith. If you talk to him, he'll actually mention some myths about Lake Wrath. Something about a giant water beast and tales of a lost city. Ignore the Haddon farmers. Don't let their lust and greed draw you.
For that pole is likened to the gravity of a collapsing star. Unable to escape, you know no more the joy of fire beats, or music at the gates, or fishbone earrings would be your prize. And dying at the speed of light, you know your folly at last sight. Tunnel fat cats dancing like gypsies.
And if If you're interested in other EverQuest type myths and mysteries like this, then I'd recommend looking at this old site. You'll never find a more incomprehensible list of made up nonsense about EverQuest anywhere else on the internet. This guy seems to have the right idea though. But really, it's a fascinating read seeing how much people made up or figured out or even noticed about this game. Apparently they even did server-wide searches of zones back then and made guilds for the sole purpose of discovering mysteries in-game. That's the beauty of EverQuest, I suppose. Though I still haven't seen any UFOs in the Oasis of Mar, or flying carpets, or Saturn. Well, it's that time again, the end of a pointlessly long video about some nonsense or whatever. And I've only just scratched the surface of water in EverQuest. There's an entire zone that's covered in water. Hidden spires with a room full of magical pots that teleport you to any city in the game. Legends of a ghost ship. Waterfalls. There's an underwater tunnel in Akanon that totally seems like it should be a zone line. The mythical Karana Thunder Salmon. An unknown water beast in the Ocean of Tears. Other creatures that I didn't even talk about. Shipwrecks. The Kedge. Seaweed. The mysteries of Norath whispered to me, called my name, even screamed at me like the death squelch of a Bixie Lord. I knew there was only one thing left to do. Talk about more of them. There are so many mysteries in EverQuest that they couldn't possibly be contained in one video, so I've made another. And once again, these are my own personal mysteries. They may be common knowledge to some, or maybe you've never even heard of this stuff. I don't know. But in my most recent search for knowledge, I heard rumor of a man, a myth, a legend, Miracle, and his magic highway. That means I'm gonna talk about lore. Miracle was a man who lived thousands of years ago, and he was once one of the erudites who founded Erudin with Erud. Erud? I don't know how to say it. The erudites were a small group of humans who were tired of the race's bickerings and wars and sought out the island of Otis as their new home. They were the intellectual type and would usually study one of the 3 schools of magic. But Miracle was different. He was powerful. He wanted all the magic. And when he discovered a new school out of Neriak, necromancy, well, forget about it. He went nuts. In time, he found others who were interested in this forbidden art and formed the group known as the Heretics. And it wasn't long before the other erudites discovered what they were up to and civil war broke out on Otis, because trying to raise the dead is bad. So Miracle did the only thing that anyone would do in that situation. He ran away. Miracle spent centuries roaming the lands of Antonica, accumulating as many spells and magical treasures as he could and storing them in his creepy ice tunnels in the north. He even discovered the use of portals, which he created all around Norath to help speed up his search for knowledge and power. By the way, that's what Miracle's highway is. But I really want to finish the story. Meanwhile, Otis was ravaged by war. The whole was created by the Erudites' magical firepower, and afterwards, the Heretics founded their city of Peniel there. And though after all this time, Miracle had prolonged his life to a great extent, he was finally dying. He went back to the Heretics, hoping that they had discovered some crazy, awesome way to cheat death. And since no one really knew who Miracle was after all that time, they welcomed him and traded knowledge for knowledge. And with his last remaining life force, he teleported back to his creepy caves and prepared his final struggle.
The enchantment laced with necromancy was finally made, and Miracle hid his remaining and fragile life within the phylactery, a small device for necromancers. Clouds of mystical energy gathered and then dispersed, revealing the dead of the man Miracle once was. The Lich, while retaining all the mystical power of his former self, lacked a spirit. Only the mage's soul, and now locked within a phylactery hidden deep in the catch, retained the ambition and desire to amass knowledge and power. The spiritless Lich possessed none of these human traits, and Miracle's soul screamed in silence as the undead creature began to aimlessly wander his menagerie of wisdom and enlightenment, his rooms filled with artifacts of power.
Oh my god. My f***ing voice. So what does this have to do with anything? Miracle Highway. Remember when I said that? For a long time, I thought this was just a theory, but I guess it actually existed in the game for a brief time. The idea was that the more evil-aligned races would have a hard time traveling around in Norath. You know, because the roads are in good cities, and there's like druid NPCs at the druid rings and such. So these magical teleportation fire pots were added to the game so you can get around easier. And although they were removed, they do seem to line up with Marigold's crazy highways. There's one in the Kinos Catacombs that takes you to this hut in Toxuria Forest, complete with abandoned heretic pets all around it. I rest my case. You can't interact with these two at all on Project 1999, but you still can on the easy server. There's another fire pot in Myriac, a place that we know Miracle went to, and it takes you to the Dark Elf camp in Lesser Fadark. Makes sense. There's also a super secret hidden zone entrance next to it. Where does it go? You can actually click on this one, but it says that it's locked. There isn't a key for it, as far as I know, but I figure a rogue might be able to pick the lock and make Miracle's highway one last time. So I went searching through all the slums, taverns, and back alleys of Norath until I found the most dastardly, underhanded, devious rogue in the history of Norath.
And thus we entered the city of evil and passed through the foreign court unmarked. Traversing the narrow streets of the commons, we made our way to the innermost gate. And crossing the mark of doom, we found the archway to nowhere. And there it was, the object of our desire, the last artifact of the legendary necromancer. And Ashiara stepped forward, abandoning all sanity and logic. She summoned all of her will and skill, and placed her hands on the ancient device. And then...
It doesn't work. It's also super interesting to note that this fire pot was mentioned much later in EQ's timeline. There's a dark elf in the zone's Sunrise Hills, whatever that is, and he mentions the portal in passing. He probably sounds something like this.
Most fools pass by that spot blissfully unaware of the great secrets hidden behind it. Have you ever stopped to wonder why there's such a beautiful archway leading to nothing?
I like this game. Miracle's Highway also gives some meaning to the secret portal room found in the hole. I actually wrote a guide on how to get there because it's kind of confusing. Here it is. Jump in! Somewhere in this mess of a zone, there's a false wall, and beyond it is a room with 3 portals. One takes you to Erudin, one takes you to Payneal, and the other takes you to Neriak. One of them may as well take you straight to Marigold's frozen corpse-strewn hell tunnels. I rest my case yet again. And if you go to Marigold's cave in Everfrost, you can actually find one of these Erudite-style huts. It's really small and has no roof. It looks suspiciously like a teleportation pad surrounded by the results of crazy Marigold necromancy. I rest my case. Also, who is this wizard man? There's a wizard guildmaster in Marigold's cave that's supposed to be KOS to just about everyone. The internet says he's on Nagi Vox faction. That's weird. Miracle was said to have 4 different forms that he would take to study the different schools of magic without being known. Could this be one of those forms? What's up with all the strange wizard guild masters in this game? You know, I never really understood wizards to begin with. I mean, be a mage, or a druid, or be nothing. You know what I'm saying?
All right,
Get
that's
with it.
enough. I said that's
Wizards.
enough.
I'm putting a stop to this. That's Miracle's Highway. Hopefully you learned a thing or two. But this is just part 1 of a 7-part mystery series, and next time I'm going to be investigating one of the more lesser frequented yet super fascinating zones in all of EverQuest. There are more EverQuest mysteries than there are stars in the universe. And someone's got to talk about them. Anyone? Any takers? How about you? This guy? No? Alright, I see what you guys are saying. Looks like this task has fallen on me once again. Now, let's see. Last time I left off with the chessboard, and the chessboard is great and everything. I mean, don't get me wrong, everyone loves the chessboard, but you know what else everyone loves? Fire beetles. Fire beetles. What's their story? Where do they come from? Why are there Clicknicks and Kinos and Clacknacks and Riverdale? Luckily for you, I stumbled upon a trailer for an unreleased expansion that was supposed to come out after Velius. Hopefully this will shed some light on the lore of the Dragons. Play the footage! They've always been here, before all times, even before the gods gave any thought to the world. But they're forgotten now, hunted, destroyed, nearly swept off the face of Norath. Their history has turned to legend, and legend to myth. But there are some who remain. Listen, do you hear them? The hatred in their soul. Look, do you see the fury in their eyes? Their time has come. You must help the Beatles restore their kingdom in this all-new EverQuest expansion. The Bloodline. Help the royal family regain their power on the new continent of Choose which family to help ascend the throne, the Clicknicks or the Clacknacks, and get ready to grind a lot of faction. Experience EverQuest like never before with an all-new playable race. Scuttle through Norath and explore new zones. Collect new items. Feel your power like never before with alternate beetle advancement points and an all-new level. Bloodline of the Beatles! You're in our world now. Wow, I can't believe they scrapped the Beetle expansion and went with the alien cat people one. Whatever. Okay, this next mystery is kind of, I don't know, out of my league. I'm in over my head with this one. It's too mysterious. It's the Chelsea Stone. Or rather, the Chelsea Stone image, because it's like a strange artistic rendering of the Chelsea Stone. Most of the information about this thing comes from EverQuest 2, so I don't really know if it's canon or applicable to EQ1. To my understanding, that's how we know that this thing is in fact the Chelsea Stone, and that it's apparently part of a doomsday calendar that was made by the Shissar, the snake people who used to live on it, you know? But before I get into any of that EQ2 stuff, let's look at what we have to work with in classic EverQuest. This thing appears in at least 10 zones, which confirms the only thing that I know for certain, that it's important. The zones are completely random as far as I can tell, And on that note, who is putting this graffiti everywhere? If it's a picture of the Shisar calendar, then why is it found on the 3 classic continents and not on Kunark? Do the Aviacs have something to do with it? What about this mechanical spider? What's going on over here? You'll probably notice that these symbols appear elsewhere in EverQuest. In fact, they're all over the place, and they seem to represent different races, or cities, or deities. Who knows? This symbol is found in a root in any of those creepy ice caves, and on most high-end ceramics. This symbol is found anywhere there are creations of Rallis Zed, and this one appears all over anything even remotely related to the Dark Elves. Brel Ceralis. I read a theory that this one could be Vishan, and that these 3 symbols could represent the gods who first created races on Norath to keep the dragons in check. Tunar, who made the elves, indicated by these 9 markers. Does that symbolize the Druid runes? Brel, who made the dwarves and gnomes, indicated by his candle crown, and Prexis, who made the kedge, and he might have made other races, I don't know. The Optimer? I think he had a hand in making the drowned citizens, but the most interesting of all the Chelsea stone images can be found in permafrost. This one actually has Monopoly pieces set up around it to make it look more like the face of a clock, reinforcing the idea that this thing tells time to some capacity. Also, did you notice these giant Lady Vox claw marks out here? Stay focused. There was actually a thread a long time ago on the Project 1999 forums where everyone tried to figure out what this image means. I can't really tell if a conclusion was reached or not. There's another theory here, something about a Lizard Man prophecy, although it seems pretty similar to the Shisar one. Okay, time for EQ2. Disclaimer. I don't know what I'm talking about. At some point, someone found a secret cutscene or something in EverQuest that revealed another layer to this image, and it fills in the gaps indicated by these points. So did they have all this in mind back in EverQuest 1? Kinda looks like it. So this is like 1/2 of 1/4 of some prophecy? Anyways, these new symbols have led a lot of people who know more than me to believe that this is indeed a calendar predicting the end of days. I guess these symbols represent events on the timeline, like the fall of the Combined Empire, or the Relosian invasion into the Plains of Power, the Green Mist, the destruction of Lookline. Does it collide with Norath? I don't remember, it might be. I've read that this symbol represents Vishan, or the Sleeper, or Inoruk, or Mayon Mistmore, or maybe Mayon was the arrow. I also read that he was the only person who actually knew what any of this meant. So if he was the one running around the original 3 continents putting this sign everywhere, then that would make some sense. It does seem to be made in Neriac neon. I just read another thing, theorizing that these inner symbols may actually be a set of instructions on how to prevent whatever doom this prophecy is predicting. And you know what? I'm done with the Chell system. It's too much. I've checked out. You'd feel the same too if you tried to read through 90 pages of EverQuest forum lore speculation. I'm tired of mysteries in general. You know what? I'm gonna go actually play the game for a change. I'm gonna go to Kern's Tower and collect lore chips. People do that, right? This is gonna be great. It'll be nice not questioning and possibly convoluted mysteries for a change. You have to be kidding me. What is that? Why is that there on the other side? Okay, so on the other side of Kern's Tower is some Ixar-looking druid rings. I bet you didn't know that. I bet you learned something here today. And to think all of these things just been sitting on the other side of this wall, waiting to be discovered. It has this red Ixar Kabbalist symbol on it. That's all I got. Luckily, I was reading through the adventures of Sneaksy the Gnome one day, when all of a sudden, there they were. More Ixar Druid runes. Yes, I know absolutely nothing about Kunark. Apparently this is the entrance to Sibylus, and apparently this thing allows you to enter the zone, but you need a key to use it. So I decided to go searching for more of these Ixar rooms. And since there's one outside of Sibylus and Kerns, I began checking all of the Kunark dungeons. No. Nope. Definitely not. I don't think so. I don't know what that is. Yes! There's another one outside of Howling Stones, and once again it needs a key to open. So obviously they wanted you to have a key to get into Kerns, or maybe they planned for it to be another higher level Kunark dungeon, like Sibylus and Howling Stones. Whatever the case, this definitely fits in with the theme of Kunark dungeons being painful and hard. You know, a staircase and some doors would do just fine, but no! These dungeons gotta be all magical and have no exits. On that note, how do I get out of here? Yeah, that might work, but I'm not really a wizard. Isn't the Field of Bone magical? It's gotta be one of the best zones in the game. There's unsolved mysteries, a tower that looks like Orthon, an island with a King Kong on it, the skeleton of an ancient dragon that's actually part of the lore, underground tunnels with weird snake thrones. Who made them? The Shissar? This guy? I'm gonna go with the Shissar. There's spider caves and the ruins of Kaysora. The list goes on. Well, I guess that's the whole list. The point I'm getting at is that all things must come to an end, and this video series about mysteries and EverQuest is no different. But hopefully you've learned something. Hopefully you've come to appreciate this game a little bit more. You know, you'd be surprised by what you can find if you simply take the time to look. Maybe the next time you're sitting around the tunnel buying your golden Ifriti shoes or your Velium crystal wedding rings, you'll take a moment to ponder the existence of Firebeams, or stop by Freeport and pay the drowned citizens a visit. Maybe you'll gather the gumption to figure out what this thing means, but I wouldn't recommend it. And as for me, well, I think my days of investigating mysteries are finally over. I mean, there aren't any left. I've seen them all, done them all. I talked about all of them. The only thing left for me to do is actually play the game. So feel free to look me up in Norath. Maybe we can talk about lore and mysteries while I'm harvesting platinum pieces, or negotiating my reputation, maybe working on an epic mission, or wangling some experience points. I gotta get my trade skills up, get my fashion quest on. You know, I've had the same set of armor for 8 years. I should probably work on it. I should really go to Kunark someday, maybe hit level 51. Did you know that the level cap was raised from 50 to 60? I had no idea. No one actually bought that, right? No more mysteries in EverQuest? There's nothing but mysteries in this game. Did you know that there's a secret vault in Highkeep? What about these graves in Mystery? Who's this? Who's that? Is this bridge a lore dragon? Like that one? And who made these giant hands in the Innerthul swamp? I know there's a lot of lore about the Froglocks and the Trolls, and Dragon Thule and the Mar twins and the desert and Celestic Row. I still haven't talked about the Awakening of Mar. What's wrong with me? Why does this stone exist? This is the only one in the whole game, and it serves no purpose. And don't even get me started on the gypsies. Hey everyone, Shannon here. Just thought I'd step out into space for a minute and check out my favorite moon zone, Lushleen. But I didn't just come here for fun. I didn't just come here to chit-chat and moon talk. I'm here on business. I have a great need, a terrible urgency, to discuss the mushrooms of Luceland and their mighty stone symbols that... Is that... could it be the Craddock symbol? There are mysteries afoot. Quick, Zelda, we ride back to Norath. Show them the grace and speed of your kind. Everyone loves Highkeep. You know why? Because Highkeep is awesome. Ask anyone. Ask Captain Bashinki. Ask Princess Lenya. Just ask Sargon, Grand Flame Spinner. Ask Lucky the Beggar. Fucking ask Paul Blart. And I guess I'll briefly explain why Highkeep is great. There's a dungeon. There's a goblin. There's a bank. Gambling. There's some real fancy stuff. Tapestries, candelabras, thrones. There's a painting of Highkeep inside of Highkeep. I don't need to say anymore. But I will. There's also these cool false walls up on the 4th floor that lead to a dingy, shady area where there are no rules and anything goes. Pretty cool, right? But did you also know that there's a super secret false wall located in the false walls area up on the 4th floor of Highkeep? I bet you didn't. Neither did I. In fact, it seems like no one did until my brother accidentally discovered it in 2015. And I will tell that tale now. One time, my brother was messing around in Highkeep, up in the shady false wall area up on the 4th floor. I don't know why. I don't ask such questions, but he was over here when all of a sudden he randomly or accidentally clicked his mouse and heard this sound. Which sounds like a stone moving, right? Anyways, driven by some impulse, some deep intuition that no one could ever understand, he stepped forward and traveled through the portal where no one had gone before. And that's the story. So, there's a false wall up here that has to be activated by clicking on it before you can go through it. Which is nuts. False walls are secret enough because they just look like a normal wall until you walk into it or see someone else walk into it. But this one, you gotta somehow know to click on it before you can go through it. And they gave it an audio cue for some reason. I mean, there's a lot of false walls in EverQuest, right? Off the top of my head, you got Kinos, Freeport, Runny Eye, you got Sussex Eye, Freeport, Kinos, Kinos again. I think that's all of them. But seriously, if there's a false wall somewhere that you have to click on before you can go through it, just let me know. Because I don't think there are any other ones. I think this is the only one. And of course, this place isn't on any maps. Because it's on a whole new level of secrecy. It's more secret than secrets. So, anyways, what's up here? Just some guards and, oh yeah, Grand Flamespinner's secret treasure vault. This is where the tyrant wizard hoards all of his gold and jewels, like a dragon. That's what I tell everyone anyways. I make up a lot of the lore on this game. I even referenced this thing in my original Mysteries video, because I thought it would be really neat. I think it's at the beginning or something, I don't remember. A lot of these have been debunked or even proven, so I wanted to focus on my own. Okay, that wasn't really a mystery, even though I said the mystery's afoot. That was more of a secret. But this next thing is a really, really real mystery. To me, anyways. And we must go where it is Halloween 24 times a day. Where Dracula's reign supreme. We must go to Castle Mistmore. Mistmore Castle. And just like Highkeep, this is a really cool zone. There's lore happening over here. We got a lot of quests going on over here. There's paintings and secrets and legends. No one comes for any of that. They come for the zone experience modifier. But not me. I'm a hero. If you go past Bastard's Tower and avoid Dracula's Pond, you'll find yourself in Burst Canyon. If you can manage the treacherous gorge, you will soon be on the threshold of Ghoul's Graveyard. Now, most people remember the graveyard here in Winterspring. It's a popular leveling spot. But if you look closely, you'll notice these two graves 3 times. And I've always wondered who these two people were. Here we got Hutch, a good man and a great warrior. And over here we got Brandon. He was a great man and an excellent... I don't know. I'll never, no one can read that. What does that say? Is that possible? Anyways, my first and only theory are that these guys worked on the game, right? That just makes sense to me. Hey, cut it out. You're ruining my video. So, I went and looked up the credits in the original game manual. And the only Hutch-type person I could find was Mike Hutchins, who was credited as an assistant producer and world builder, and he probably did other stuff too. And I found this excerpt from the past where Brad McQuaid referred to him as Hutch. So this must be Mike Hutchins. And as far as I know, he's alive and well, so that's nice. I was kind of afraid these graves would be a sad story, you know? But Brandon over here is a bit tougher. I found 2 Brandons in the manual. The programmer named Brandon Bogle, and the artist known as Brandon McDonald. So which one is the real Brandon? I don't know. We may never know. The programmer probably put this in, but the artist probably made the graphic. I'm gonna go ahead and say that to save money, they put both of these guys in the same tomb. I've solved another mystery yet again. Wow, I'm good. I have no... Well, that's about as good a time as any to leave the virtual realm for a while. But we can still talk about EverQuest things. show you guys the EverQuest thing. Now, I know that's difficult to comprehend because EverQuest isn't in real life. Or is it? But you guys don't even know. You don't even know. I never left. Hey, it's Freeport. If you know me, you know that I love Peen Fuzzlecutter. Now, I've been studying his lore for a long time, learning his secrets, and I finally put that knowledge into verse. So, Afridi, take it away. Hit it. Bingo was a pirate 'cause he's got nowhere to go. Bingo was a pirate, he was banished from his home. Wow. Who would have known that Peen was actually a pirate this whole time? But was actually a biomech who had risen from the deeps of the sea to seek vengeance on societies that had so utterly failed him. That's canon. Spread the word. Tell everyone. That's what happened. That's why he lives in a tent and sells wigs. Alright, for this next thing... God, there's so many things in this game. What am I supposed to do? Next thing... This one takes us to Ogok. Agok. Agok. Let's go. What? How did I get here? Was I on a Zelniak just now? Is that an acceptable editing transition to this next part of the video? Ogok is a strange place because I've never been here. Okay, that's not true. I was here in like 2010 to kill guards because they were on like a 6-minute respawn timer. I think I actually have screenshots of that. Yeah, see? I think I have all my P99 screenshots. Oh, ooh. Let's look at it. Ooh, one of my first screenshots. This one is dated October 4th, 2009. Wow, over a decade ago. Oh, this is a good example of why global chat channels shouldn't exist in any video game ever. Unrest group situation going on. I'm grouped with Danth. Do you watch my stupid videos, Danth? Did you video? Do you remember that? I remember. Or at least I'm looking at proof of it right now. Oh, classic shaman screenshot. I'm sure druids have it worse. Wait a sec. Aren't you that YouTuber guy making incomprehensibly strange videos about random things? No. No. I make normal videos about things you can comprehend. No. I guess I took this on February 28th of 2010, questing my classic, timeless, fashionable totem armor. That was a good investment. 10 years later, this stuff is still going strong. That +5 intelligence is really paying off. Bolts! I guess this was June 12th, 2010. I believe we had translocators up until that point. Can you believe that? How unclassic was that? This was an awesome group, the hybrid group. We had a monk, we had a ranger, a bard, a paladin. All we were missing was a shadow knight. See, I don't remember the hybrid penalty slower experience rate. I only remember the good time, kill everything and soul be adventure that we had. Good times. Ooh, look at that UI. It's almost as beautiful as my Freeport painting. Okay, here's some proof that I actually raided once. Don't tell anybody. I think I went on 6 plains raids and I didn't get a single piece of anything, of course. I guess on August 5th in 2010 I went on this plane of anxiety raid. Of course, the most important part of this picture is the hero monk Sen, who is actually wearing the legendary Trient fists. They're kind of hard to make out, but there they are. Actual photographic proof that another monk was actually playing the class. It's like a monk convention on this server, and no one else is doing it right. They must have seen my video and followed my video. Good job. Here's one from the Plane of Darkness. You can see the non-classic skeleton model right here. It's cool to see how far the server has actually come since then. Like, look at this one, you can see the non-classic wolf model. You can actually see a lot of the server changes in these screenshots. I mean, you see the armored bear is not classic at all. I mean, that just wasn't fair. It took a long time to get that one taken off the server. Yeah, the zombie trees. I must have petitioned about the zombie trees like 20 times. Nilbog was convinced that they were classic and that there were supposed to be zombie trees in the East Commonlands. I didn't remember this guy's face being on the back of his head in classic, but you know, it's funny how often our memories are wrong about these things, you know. Memory and everything's kind of is getting fuzzy. I think this is right. I'm not so sure about this one, though. I don't know. This could be correct. Why did I come here? Oh yeah, there's a painting of a green parrot. I made an entire video about the paintings in EverQuest, but I didn't know this parrot was here. You guys didn't tell me. Okay, Sen on the forums, you told me. And a friend of mine told me too. But everyone else, shame on you. Shame on you for not telling me about this parrot. What about this? Sit at the back of the tunnel and think about what you did and what you didn't do. Time for me to look at this beautiful parrot art for myself, see what all the fuss is about. Timeout to detention. Everyone's in detention. Everyone's in trouble. Everyone is in trouble right now. What is this? Show me how the thing that you said it looked like. And no one even told me anyway. Well, now that everyone's in trouble, I guess this is a good time to end this strange video about stuff in this old game. Was that guy right? Okay, bye. See ya next time. Okay, bye. 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 See you later. Bye. Stop it. Let's stop it. There are some strange creatures roaming the lands of EverQuest. You know it, I know it, and even those godforsaken pixies. Now, being a fantasy game, you got your regular fantasy fare, your orcs and your goblins, elves and dwarves and dragons, and we all know that Tolkien created these things in 1954 when he invented the Lord of the Rings, and they've been done to death since then. Then there's the centaurs and minotaurs, harpies and griffins, gorgons and sphinxes, clearly inspired by Greek mythology, but these types of monsters are of no concern to me. I'm after strangers, the weird, the crazy, the nonsensical. I'm hunting for beasts that can be found nowhere else but inside the lands of Norath. And with that in mind, let's take a look at the wild world of EverQuest creatures. Flourishes amongst the green growth of the misty thicket veil. One creature of strange magnificence thrives here more than any other. Pixies! It's pixies! Okay, so nothing about pixies makes any sense. First, there's the obvious. There's no flowers in the Okay, there are these guys, but you don't want to be making honey out of those. Alright, the next point is, it's kind of weird. Clearly, these are little bee women, right? I mean, clearly that's what they are. They got antennae, wings, a steiner, but they were like, you know what? We're not really pulling off this whole bee look at all. We gotta have some striped bee clothing. They aren't actually striped like a bee. They had to make bee-looking clothes. It'd be like if an aviac didn't have feathers, so he wore a feather shirt. It's preposterous. Now, the Pixies made an appearance in EverQuest 2, and as the mascot of EverQuest, they couldn't really afford not to put the Pixies in there. Let's take a look and see. Oh my god! What is that? Is that a sentient Pixie? Oh my god! Have all my dreams come true? Alright, that's enough of that. I'm just joking around. It's not like I have some strange fascination with pixies or anything. You know? It's not like I think about them all the time. It's not like I ask someone to draw me as a pixie for Halloween, because secretly I'd like to be a pixie. I mean, I don't think about stuff like that. I think about normal things, you know? Like crumbs. And magnets. Frog locks. I'm not wearing an antenna or a t-shirt if that's what you're thinking. Get out of here. I mean, come on. What do you even... I don't even... What? What? Here we see the frog lock in its natural, disgusting habitat. They live in squalor, right? I'm just being honest. Each spring, the froglocks travel to the swamp to breed, and every summer their little tadfish crawl from the nest and make the great journey to Earth, where they metamorphosize, put on some clothes, and the tadfish becomes a frog. And they're goofy looking! Now, I seen or heard of any other frog people outside of EverQuest, so I'm putting them on the list. Now, I know someone in the comments is going to be all like, oh, there were frog people in the Dungeons and Dragons movie, and clearly they're paying homage to the Dungeons and Dragons movie. Okay, shh. This is my list, alright? There were frog people in the Dungeons and Dragons movie, and clearly they're paying homage to the Dungeons and Dragons movie. Okay, shh. This is my list, alright? I made the video. I put on the safari outfit. Just let me have this. So they're original. Or not. They also got wall mounts, access to what I think is a map. They may or may not have map-making technology. I guess that's it. How are these guys rivals with the trolls again? They're frog people. Their heads jut right out of their shoulders. Have you ever tried to walk around with flippers? And just like with the Bixies, they got a graphical upgrade at some point, but it's no good. I mean, look at this. What is this? Frogs don't have a neck. Here's just something interesting about these old EverQuest models. I will always love them. Okay, I spend way too much time on the classic continents. Let's take this safari over to the lost continent. So I guess these guys are supposed to be some kind of mix between an Ixar and a dragon, or so say. But I don't know. He looks pretty bird-like to me. Yeah, he looks like a big bird. He doesn't look like an Ixar dragon. Looks more like they mixed an Ixar with a cockatrice. You know I'm right.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Yeah, okay, shh. I already said the bird. And let's go back to classic EverQuest. One of my absolute favorite things in EverQuest is the disembodied floating torsos and arms that somehow managed to make grunt noises. I like this. And I think that speaks volumes about me. In the land of Norad, a time-honored tradition as old as the Divine Empire's magical teleportation spires, combining creatures with other creatures. Monsters have been created in this fashion since the dawn of time, but in the land of EverQuest there can be found mythical beasts beyond even the wildest of imaginations. Yeah, Draconids are on my list of strange creatures that I haven't seen outside of EverQuest, and I know, someone's probably gonna be like, there were half dark elf, half spider people in the novelization of the 1988 movie WoW. Just stop! I've never seen these things before. Alright, so here's a couple things that I've noted about the Draconids in the Safari Journal. Okay, here we go. Number 1, there's no dark elves on Kunark, alright? There just aren't any. I've looked. Number 2, there's hardly any spiders on Kunark either. And number 3, what the f***? And since we're already on Kunark, I'm just gonna jump right over to these things. The Scorpicus. It's a scorpion mixed with the Nixar. Ooh, I'm in love with it. Not since the likes of Cat Dog have I seen such a thing. Not since the likes of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the 70s remake, have I seen such an amazing specimen. Not since the likes of Toy Story have I seen such a beautiful... Now just look at this sorry guy. I don't know what they were thinking with this one. I mean, it's pretty clear what it is. Why would they take the body of a dwarf, who's obviously had a rough life, and then put a goblin head on top of it, and then give it the nose of a pig, the fangs of a vampire, and webbed arms like the foot of a duck-billed platypus? What? Why would someone do this? Alright, my props to the original EQ devs. They made some pretty great monsters, but I think I can take creature creation to a whole new level. I'm gonna make my own birthday. Now let's see. For his body, how about we use the Grinch? Yeah, That's a pretty good starting point. Okay, maybe for his head, he'll have the head of a guitar. Looking good. Check this out, guys. Look at this. Are you watching? Check this out. For arms, okay, golden the 3D boots. Now this next one's a bit tougher for his thorax. How about the stump of a great ash tree? Ooh, yeah. And then to tie it all together, graboids for legs. Now let's see how my guy sizes up with the rest of EverQuest. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Hey, that's pretty close. Hire me. Tonic. The East Commonlands. The Tunnel. This damp cave is the perfect breeding ground for the East Commonlands Tunnel fat cat, Crassus phalaenus. Besides their strange and unusual fashion, the most notable feature of these creatures is their dead, lifeless eyes. Unlike other beasts whose sight might be based on movement or heat, the fat cat's severe eye strain is probably the result of its text-based vision. Come on, guys. Let's go in and have a closer look. Now I know we're getting pretty close, but there's nothing to worry about as long as we don't use the auction channel. They can't see us if we don't use the auction channel. There's a lot of orbs, bushes, obscuring our view though. Let me just hit my hide corpse macro. Uh-oh. I hit my old auction macro from 2011 when I was super broke.
After careful consideration, I decided not to endorse your
Project 1999 Classic EverQuest server. The get the f*** out. Well, it seems that my safari is coming to an end, but I implore all of you to go out there and have your own EverQuest safaris. Find some really big weirdo creeps and find a way to share them with me, right? After all, there's a lot of EverQuest that I haven't actually seen because I spend most of my time running around Antonica. And now, if you will excuse me, with the power of editing, dreams do come true.
Grinds in Classic EverQuest, and I can't believe what happened. I just got to level 45 in the Dreadlands level up there. My goal over the next few days is to get to level 51 so I can get started on something I would not enjoy doing. I do one of the biggest swarms to date in Dreadlands to help me power through the hell level that is 45. For most players, this level takes forever, but Bard Soul is real powerful. I get to 98%. Then pass up. This is the city of Mist, or Torsus, a major Ixar city that fell to ruin over time. Level Up Larry started his stream, and I joined him. we set up camp at a spot called Stables, just around the corner from the entrance. Group went smooth, and I got to 46, out of hell level finally. I used to be behind levels compared to Level Up Larry and Syriax, but I finally outpassed him. The next day, I get a group at the most popular camp in City of Mist. It's called Moat. Right outside this giant building with nasty mobs inside, there's a bunch of spawns nearby to pull. I think we had someone role-playing. It's really rare to see. Like, Rimrock does that, but the tank here also was role-playing. Short, guttural answers. It's kind of cool. Our enchanter was just on the wall, crowd control, and DPS in the farm pit. It felt kind of useless. Later on, I messed up bad. We ran out of easy stuff to kill, so our monks were to pull the dangerous stuff in the building. The group moved around the corner to protect us if the pull went ugly. It was okay until I make one mistake. This is all I see. Black screen. So I accidentally tagged the monk with a bard song. The pack aggroed onto me. One of them was a shaman, blinded me, then I died without even seeing what the heck happened. Went from basically being the next level to 77% experience in a single death. Hours worth of play. The experience loss is brutal as you get higher level. Fortunately, the tank logged over to the cleric and gave me got all that experience. So much. Got that level 47 ding. I found this funny exploit you can do. We lost our tank and had no one who could snap aggro. I had a hard time letting go of aggro because I was scamming, slowing, and mezzing. So I noticed you could play with a mob. Like if you step off this platform into the moat, the mob is programmed to go the other way around to get you. It's kind of silly. Oh, I'm gonna get you. Where'd you go? I'm gonna get you. Where'd you go? It's like stupid cat and mouse game. Like, it looks dumb, but no one took it. Who needs a tank, you know? And I also liked how you could slowly bring a mob to camp as the ones that you did. So I'd see a mob across the pond, tag it with a snare. With the snare, it was forced to take its sweet old time to get to camp. You almost didn't even need mezzing or roots here. You had a snare and lever. I really loved that quirk about this camp. It was time. A big part of the game is the social aspect of it. It's time to join a guild. I can't believe who invited me. Rimrock. Yeah, the guy who made the banded armor for me months ago. I'm still wearing now in this video. Since then, he got his Deathmind epic. So congratulations on this sweet looking weapon. And when he did it, GMs came in and then ogre bombed everyone. Illusion. So, I'm swarming again. Diablo 4 launched right around this time, and then everybody stopped playing PvE9 or something. The next few days, I just couldn't find any groups online during primetime hours on the weekend. That's how bad it was. So, my only choice was the Swarm. So I get to 48 here, nice level for Swarm kiting because you get another AoE dot song. And then the next day, my jaw dropped from what happened. I had a hard time accepting it. I pulled another big swarm in the Dreadlands, and there was this druid who was running by, who happened to be a guild leader, and he helped me burn down the last few stragglers. He saw me in banded armor, and he had this fireball that was just decked out with gear, but he never really played it. So he offered to do all that stuff because he wasn't playing it. I couldn't accept it at first. What he was going to give me was just too much. You know? I was okay with it if he was willing to take all the money I had, some sort of compensation, around 1,000 platinum. Took all these levels to save that much up. He ended up giving me almost a full set of lambent armor. This is a huge boost in my survival stats, and I look really cool now. I gave him that 1,000 plat, and he ported me back to the Dreadlands. And I'd later do a swarm to take me to level 49, but man, thank you so much for that gift. That was really kind of you. Really kind. I logged on the next day. Diablo 4, no groups again, so Burning Woods. The trick with the zone is to pull all the skellies, swafts, and gorillas you see, except for one named gorilla that is. You pull them all to this clearing in the north by the Skyfire Mountain zone line. There's this rock that you kind of run around. Levitate is huge here because it's very hidden. You also want invis up if possible because there's a lot of mobs and you don't want to aggro on mistake. It'll ruin your entire farm. It takes like 15 to 30 minutes to gather a decent sized farm here, so you really don't want to goof it up. Then I finally got an opportunity to group, and I couldn't believe who it was. It was on my checklist, actually. I ran myself the long distance to Velkator's Deadliest Dungeon for verticality and slippery floors, good for the late 40s to max level, and I got to group at the cost.
So I woke up all like, what the fuck? What?
He's playing his cleric Fled here. He got a 7-day ban from a GM, and it just got released this particular day. So he fired up a big comeback stream, and I got to team up with him. Cost, if you don't know him, is one of the biggest EQ streamers on Twitch right now. The biggest. I've finally grouped with and or interacted with the 3 biggest EQ streamers at the current point, being Level Up Larry, Barthorn, and then now a Cost. It's awesome. This dude can play. We killed these spiders that really didn't drop sellable loot. Wasn't good for money. Experience also felt kind of slow. One thing is starting to get stressful though. Really bad level caps on the earliest crowd control songs. I can only mez. I'm frequently going into keys where songs are higher than that. So one of my core jobs as a crowd controller, I can't even do it. Now I'm charmed to 51, but it's just not sustainable. Anyways, I finally get to level 50 and more to max level. But I heard it explained that the experience to go from like 50 to 60 is not just as long as to go from 1 to 50. That's how grindy it gets. Finish the night, I finally get to use the Over There hammer. It's required to be level 50 to play, and I just got to level 50. And the first person I use it on is a Cost. The next day was the most hectic group I've ever had so far. Just pure chaos. I was stressed out from swarm kiting, so I wanted to solo a bit safer and less dependent on lag. Charm kiting in the Dreadlands. It's a decent experience. It's basically, you pull a few mobs, you use charm to get them to fight each other, and then you finish off the mob when it's basically dead. It's a quicker way to kill a mob than using dots alone. And you don't have to worry about lag spikes killing you like with swarm kiting, because you can keep distance. Later on, I was able to group in Karnor's Castle, the dungeon right in the middle of the Dreadlands. Probably the most memorable dungeon for EQ players. I've been trying to get a group here for days, but no one was online. Again, Diablo 4, but I get a group this day, finally. The most popular camp, LCY. So I've been trying to group here for one big item, but I didn't get it for a long time. Malchus, the monk, does an excellent job pulling here, but we have a huge problem in this group. There's no healer. The best we got are my bard regen songs and the necro health transfers. Very, very risky to rely on. So I pull a trick out of the bard playbook. Yeah. So I snare the mobs so they can't run fast. Then I hit them with fear. Mobs can't hit us if they're running away. Pain to chase the mob down. Everyone has to constantly move. But I can't fear kite when I have a mez, so the pulls were crazy. I was ripping my hair out, but at the same time it was a lot of fun living on the edge like this. We finally get a healer. The Guilty Cleric swings by along with Camwise. Those are some buffs, and gets to see the beautiful blue plate he gave me. The pulls are still insane, making me work. We got 4 mobs at one time. It was just a struggle to keep charm up and mez all this mess. And guess who joins us later? Rimrock. So we needed a tank. This is the first time ever. Amazing. Teaming up with everybody. But we had a full room repop. He couldn't rip aggro off of me because of how much hate I built with Mez. Fortunately, we had a clerics and 96% res, so not a big deal. Except, once I died, there were 3 or so mobs in camp with no means of crowd control. So it quickly overwhelmed them. They had to run, and several of them died in the process. So I get res to the entrance, but the monk in the group, he got aggro on mobs. My bard songs hit him. And I was covering him first. So that was really frustrating. We eventually reached the entrance and work our way to a camp called Handring. The zone is fully popped, so I love dungeon crawls like this. It's really fun to do in the game. It's kind of simple. So as we get to the upper portion of the castle, the rules get more and more hectic, more messing required. This one was a mess. So we finally get to the hand room. We're just right outside it, and I try to split it open with bull. Of course, it critically resists. You know, 4 mobs coming that are just huge. They all look the same. So I kind of struggle to figure out what's the right one I'm supposed to refresh Mez on. So I'm taking a lot of damage here because Mezes are failing a lot of aggro. We eventually get there. We claim our spot in hand after a ton of time. And soon to be ripped by the hands. So we just get to camp, and I start screaming in the group chat. Run! There's a special quirk to the server that's definitely not classic, but maybe twice a month there'll be an earthquake. And that's a sign that all the mobs on the server are going to respawn right now. We got to get the hell out of this room before that happens, or we're gonna die. So I see us levitate up, and we just book it for the entrance. Earthquakes just create chaos everywhere. Every raid mob respawns, and it's a mad dash by every single guild to kill as many as possible. The server will go from 1,000 population to 2,000 just like that. When earthquakes happen, all groups are over. It's except for one particular bar. So why is level 51 the goal I wanted to do? Bard speed, levitate, and invis all in one package. I have a lot of running to do. Traveling is going to be a lot safer and more convenient with one song up instead of trying to twist it. Also at level 51, I'm able to easily solve all the necessary grinds I've been pushing. I need to get I run to China's this deep jungle zone with wandering island froglock shaman is. I end up killing a froglock forager and hunter, fast running and beefy mobs. I kill them on the zone walls to avoid pathers and join the fights. Once I have a battalion for both of them, I run to the very place. Master sorry, Emperor Dina. Upon receipt of 2 medallions, he gives me the key to his capital city of Sebelis, which fell to the Dragon Trakenon a long time ago. Sebelis is an N-tier dungeon for Kunart. Not time yet, but I'll go to it eventually. The next order of business was Velius. I made it to the Dragon City of Skyshrine, and to access the next zone over, I need to kill this Drake Paladin for a key. Ziglark Whisperwing. So my first attempt didn't go so well. I had to zone. But when I zoned back in, Ziglark was right there at the entrance. I started the work to kill him, and it was really difficult. He had high hit point regen, the ability to heal himself, he's paladin, and he could root me. So I mostly ran around in circles while snaring him and dotting him to death. Fortunately, I got help. I helped the cleric out, and he eventually met up with me here in Sky Shrine, threw me out a few heals, and then helped me actually finish off Ziglark. So thank you so much, Bonds. That was really appreciated. People are really helpful in this game. Really can't believe how helpful the next guy would be. So with the key, I got access to the latter half of the Icy Continent. I zoned into Cobalt Scar and picked up a tooth on the ground in this enclosure. To be granted access to port into the various druid/wizard rings on the continent, you're required to grab a ground spine. The Cobalt Scar tooth, it's the final one, and it backflags you for all the spots on the continent. So while I was here, I wanted to pick up an instrument upgrade. So in the Awakening Woods, there are these fog creatures, which have a better wind instrument than one I've been using since level 10 or something. Did some targeting, got that flute upgrade. This was the worst cannon. I was attempting the Bracer's Quest and the stat upgrade. It was the one lambent piece that cannons didn't have. I learned why. So I killed this giant North Karana using lambent stone, later combining that to make the final gemstone needed for the quest easy. But I had to stay in North Karana for griffins. So there's 4 main griffins that can spawn. You have low level ones, high level ones, a beefy one for a ranger armor quest, and then a very specific one I need is the mid-level version called the Griffines with the E's. Every spawn was almost always the low-level version. I only saw maybe 7 to 8 of the type I needed over 3 days of grinding here. The mob itself is a rare spawn, and I need a rare drop coming from a rare spawn, so kind of double the suck, if you will. To make matters worse, the griffins have multiple spawn points all over, so I had to run circles around the zone over and over just looking for this one specific mob. So I started up a stream to share the misery. Over 12 hours spent in this zone. I just want to leave. Let's go to my live reaction. Wasn't that great? Oh, another chance, another chance. Here we go, here we go. Third griffin of the stream. Come on. That's it. We got it, guys. We got it. We got it, guys. We can leave this damn zone. Run to the temple, Solisec Row. Get the gem. Unrest Bracer. Charm. Bam. Lambent Bracers. Next order of business, I need to replace my packs. Traylock packs, they weigh less, can carry more, and reduce the weight of what's inside, 25%. So I had to...
Audiobooks with sound effects. into dust during the transformation. It was a Tuesday, and the calendar had just ticked over to January 3rd. A terrible winter storm had descended on North America, and half the country was buried in snow and ice. In Seattle, we didn't have too much snow that night, but it was well below zero, which was unusually cold, even for January. I'm sure in other parts of the world where it was warmer and not in the middle of the night, many more people survived. Many more. I also bet most of them were probably wearing more clothes than I was at the time. Those assholes were smart enough not to go into the fight. Me? I didn't have a choice. Like I said, it was below freezing. I was outside. I was wearing a leather jacket and a pair of pink Croc sandals that barely fit me. I was also holding a crying, scratching, squirming, and spitting cat named Princess Donut, the Queen of the Chunk. She was a tortoise-shell Persian cat worth more than I made in a year. My ex-girlfriend called her Princess Donut for short. I just stuck with Donut. So let me back up for 10 minutes. I won't bore you with too much backstory, but some of these details may be important. My name is Carl. I am 27 years old. After a stint in the U.S. Coast Guard, I ended up working as a Marine tech, fixing electrical systems for rich assholes and their apartments. I, up until a few days before this started, lived with my girlfriend in an apartment in Seattle. Her name was Beatrice. She went to the Bahamas for a New Year's thing with a bunch of friends. She didn't tell me her ex-boyfriend went along with her on the trip. I figured it out pretty quick when I saw the picture of her sitting on his lap on Instagram. I don't like drama, and I don't deal well with it. Whether she was actually cheating on me or not, it didn't matter so much. She'd lied, so I called her up, and I told her we were done. I promised I'd have all her stuff ready for her to go when she got back. No drama, no fuss, but we were done. She'd asked her parents to come get the cat, but they lived on the other side of the Cascades. Nobody was getting through any of the passes with this one. So I promised I'd look after her until Beatrice got back. So, let me tell you about Donut the cat. Like I said, she's one of those fluffy, flat-faced cats that look like they need to sit on the lap of a Bond villain. Bea and I shared a two-bedroom apartment. One of those rooms was dedicated to the cat, who does everything. More specifically, the room was dedicated to Donut's best in show ribbons, best in breed ribbons, and the countless trophies and framed photographs of her sitting on a table, looking all fuzzy and pissed off while Bea and the judge stand behind her. Bea probably had 50 photographs. She won a mess of ribbons and trophies and photographs pretty much every time Beatrice took Donut to an event. And Bea took that damn cat to the show almost every weekend. Her whole family was into raising and showing Persian cats. Me? I didn't really know much about that whole cat show world. I didn't want to get too involved. Like I said, I don't do drama. Let me tell you something about cat people. More specifically, cat show people. Actually, never mind. All that's important is Bea and Donut were part of this whole world I had nothing to do with. I never considered myself a big fan of cats, but if we're being truthful here, I liked Donut. That cat did not give two shits about anybody or anything. And I could respect that. If Donut wanted to sit on my lap while I was blasting away on PlayStation, then she sat on my damn lap. If I tried to pick her up, she hissed and scratched and jumped right back up there. And then she looked at me with a squished face that said, "What are you gonna do about it?" I'd been tempted, more than once, to throttle the thing. But I'm not an asshole. Plus, little monster's tenacity. Some of my buddies would give me crap about it, me spending all this time with a fuzzy cat that was probably worth more than I would make in a year. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed having that fluffy fuzz sitting in my lap. One of Beatrice's ironclad "this is not negotiable" was no smoking in the apartment. So after our fight and breakup, I made a point of smoking as much as I could. I know, immature. but it was freezing outside. Donut didn't seem to like the smoke too much, and the smell clung to her hair. So, as a compromise, I cracked the window when I smoked. When I woke up at about 2 a.m., having been startled awake by a dream, I decided I needed a smoke. I pulled out my pack, cracked the window, and I lit a cigarette. Donut, who had been sleeping right next to me on the bed, decided at that very moment that she wanted to, for the very first time in her feline life, go outside and explore. She jumped up on my shoulder, and she leaped out the second-story window onto the tree outside my apartment. Just like that. I'd had that window open dozens of times over the past year, and she'd never even given the window a second glance. Tonight, the coldest night of the year, furry asshole decided to Lewis and Clark her way out of the apartment. She scampered down the tree, sniffed at the sidewalk a few times, and then promptly realized it was cold as fuck. Her adventure over as quickly as it began. She rushed back up the tree and stared at me over the 5 feet from the window to the branch. The adventure all drained out of her. Donut decided not to risk jumping back inside. So instead, she decided to start howling at the top of her lungs. I spent the next several minutes cursing at the cat, trying to coax her back inside. I opened the window all the way, sending gales of ice-cold air in the previously toasty apartment. The fuzzy black and beige and white cat just sat there, bitching and howling so much I feared one of my neighbors might wake up and shoot her. I'd left my boots in the dryer all the way in the neighbor's basement. I didn't know where the hell my boots were. So, a momentary decision I'd quickly come to regret. I squeezed my feet into a pair of my ex-girlfriend's Crocs, pulled a heavy leather jacket on, and I rushed outside to grab the cat. Part of me kept saying, screw it, it's not your cat, let the fucker freeze. But like I said, I'm not that much of an asshole. As much as Beatrice deserved it, she loved it. The poor, stupid donut wouldn't stand a chance out here in the cold. Plus, again, the cat was right there, howling like someone was eating her children in front of her. I rushed down the stairs and I jumped outside, rushing to the tree that sat between the sidewalk and the building. I immediately regretted not taking the time to put proper clothes on. The cold, windy air sunk its claws into my legs and feet. Donut was right there, sitting on a tree just out of reach, looking between me and the open window into the apartment. She continued to howl. A light popped on in an apartment on the first floor. I groaned. Mrs. Parsons. Grumpy, I'd like to file complaints, Mrs. Parsons. Donut! I said. Come on, you little shit! I held out my arms. The cat could jump into my arms. It was something I trained her to do. I could shake a bag of cat treats and she'd jump right up there. I could make a clicking sound and she'd sometimes jump on my shoulder. Shit. Brought cat treats out with me. The window on the first floor apartment popped up.
What in God's name is going on out there?
Mrs. Parsons called, sticking her head out the window. The old woman had her head wrapped in some sort of towel, making her look like a swami. Her beady eyes focused on me. Yes, Mrs. Parsons, I said. Sorry, the cat got out. I'm trying to get her in before she freezes to death.
It looks like you're the one who's going to freeze.
Slam! Mrs. Parsons never finished the sentence. It happened so fast. The building slammed down to the ground. I watched it happen. The 7-story apartment building was there one moment, and then it was gone. But it hadn't disappeared. I was looking right at Mrs. Parsons when it went down. It was like the building was a massive tin can that had been crushed by a giant cosmic boot. I saw it, and I heard it. Wind rushed at me, and it was instantly dark outside. The street lamp just to my left was gone. The buildings all around me were gone. The cars on the street were gone, too. Everything was gone except the trees, and the bicycles and the bike racks, and Marjorie Williams'
Additional rules come into play once any crawlers descend to the 10th floor. These rules will be explained when and if any crawlers reach this level. If you so choose to enter the World Dungeon, it is highly recommended you immediately find and utilize a tutorial. Multiple tutorial rooms will be seated throughout the dungeon on levels 1 through 2. If you have any additional questions or wish to file an appeal, such requests may be submitted directly to the closest syndicate office.
I could no longer feel my legs. I had been outside much too long, and I was in serious danger of freezing to death, losing toes to the cold. I had to get inside, and I had to do it now. But there was no inside. There weren't even any cars. I eyed the fire that continued to rage a few blocks over. I needed to get over there, and fast. I turned, and I started to shuffle run. The wind, which had been a light breeze before the buildings all disappeared, was now a constant freezing gale that stank of the ocean. Donut twisted in my arms, scratching at me, trying to get free. She chomped onto my shoulder, but my jacket protected me. I clutched the cat tighter. Was this a dream? Had I accidentally been dosed with some sort of hallucinogen? World dungeon? What the actual hell? What did that even mean? My mind continued to race. I immediately thought of Pathfinder, Dungeons and Dragons, and other games I hadn't played since I was on active duty. I couldn't see a single damn person. I was surrounded by only the sound of the wind. A horn, a trumpet, sounded, blasting through the night air. I stopped dead, looking around. What now? It's the dungeon appearing, I thought. This is happening. Holy shit, this is really happening. Less than 100 feet to my left, right in the middle of what had once been a thrift store, a spotlight burst into the air. I saw an additional spotlight appear about a mile away. I turned, and I saw a few more little throughout the city. Even from this distance, I could feel the warmth radiating from the brightly lit hole in the ground. I didn't think about it. My head still swam with all the information that had been thrown at me. Pink Crocs barely fit on my feet. The distant fire was further away than I thought. I had seen firsthand what hypothermia did to people. So I turned toward the light. I ran. Part 1, Chapter 2. Dungeon Floor 1. Time to level collapse, 5 days. An ornate staircase led down into the light. Each step appeared to be made of wrought iron, and the whole thing was wide enough to accommodate 20 people walking side by side. Glowing warmth radiated from the hole. I took a step, falling down a little further than I anticipated. My footfalls echoed into the darkness. This was a city of almost 1 million people, and I was the only one here. Who had stopped fighting, clutched onto my shoulder and started growling as we descended toward the bright light. Welcome, glorious warmth. My legs and feet were now starting to burn. I hadn't been out in the cold long enough to sustain any real damage, but I was frostbitten to hell. The stairs seemed to go on forever. The iron steps were carved in an odd pattern depicting what could have been fish. Or maybe demons? The almost Asian-looking carvings gave me an uneasy feeling. These stairs weren't here just a few minutes ago. This whole thing is made of the buildings and cars and people of the world. Who did this? How did they do it? By the time I reached the bottom of the stairs, the temperature had risen to a humid, balmy 80 degrees Fahrenheit or so. The metal stairs ended at a marble floor and a hulking door that stood about 30 feet tall and was just as wide. The wooden arched door was carved in the shape of a massive fish demon, like the stairs. I looked up at the double doors. What the hell is this thing? I muttered. As I stared at the door, an information box appeared up over the door. The box appeared so suddenly and unexpectedly that I stepped back. It was like I was in a game, or maybe wearing special contact lenses that popped up informational tooltips. It even had a little X in the corner to close it out.
This is a rendition of cartoon. the dominant species of the Borant system and principal owners of the Borant Corporation. Make sure you recognize these guys. There will be a test later.
Was that last part supposed to be a joke? I focused on the X in the corner and mentally closed the box. Huh, I thought. I looked up at the carving again and I felt something. Almost like a slight haptic tingling in my brain. The information box popped up again. I closed it. I could control the information with my mind. I could open information boxes on certain items by focusing on them. I could close the boxes by mentally clicking the X with my mind. That means they're in your head. Maybe this isn't really happening. Maybe you're asleep and this is all some sort of high-tech simulation. In the Matrix movies. The pain in my warming up legs and feet reminded me that simulation or not, it didn't matter. Nothing I could hurt. With my one free hand, I pushed at the door. It opened easily inward, revealing a long hallway lit by multiple torches. The hallway was just as wide and tall as the door, more like a tunnel for a double-lane roadway than for someone to walk through. In the distance, I could see several branches leading off the main hall. A blinking light appeared near the first branch. It seemed to be a sign of some sort, but I couldn't read it from there. Ow! I cried as Donut chomped down on my hand. I dropped the cat, and she bounded forward into the hallway. She stopped about 10 paces in, looking around with a confused, startled look on her face. I stepped toward the cat, and the doors slammed behind me. The light from the entrance room cut off and was replaced with a dusk-like dimness. Welcome, crawler! Welcome to the first floor! This was a new voice. It was male, sounding overly enthusiastic, almost like a game show host. It wasn't the same person or speaker from the original announcement. The words appeared floating before me and were simultaneously spoken in my mind. Unlike the tooltip-like box, I wasn't able to close it out. This was more like subtitles. A timer appeared in the upper right of my vision. It was at 4 days, 23 hours, and 48 minutes and counting down. I, again, swiped at the characters. They didn't go away. I closed my eyes, and the information disappeared. It was unsettling, and it gave me a slightly queasy feeling to my stomach. Donut remained in her spot several places in front of me. The chunky cat was swiping at the air in front of herself. She sees it too, I thought. Holy crap. Whatever this was, it was happening to the cat just like it was to me. Donut, I said, calling to the cat. Stay with me. The cat, being a cat, ignored me. But as I looked at her, I felt that same almost imperceptible tingle I felt when I looked at the door. I focused more tightly, and an information box popped up over the cat.
Crawler number 4119. Level 1. Race, cat. Class, not yet assigned.
I took a step forward, painfully aware that I was wearing Crocs that didn't fit. More text assaulted me.
You have been designated You have been assigned the name Carl. You are assigned the race of human. You are currently level 1. You may choose the new race class as soon as you descend to the 3rd floor. Your stat points have been assigned based on your current physical and mental profile. See the stat menu.
Menu. I wondered how to pull the menu up. But before I could even try to figure it out, I was bowled over by a wall of text. Congratulations! You've earned your first achievement, Crazy Cat Lady! You have entered the World Dungeon accompanied by a cat. Oh, isn't that sweet? Reward? You've received a bronze pet box.
New achievement! Trailblazing Crazy Cat Lady. You are the first crawler to have entered to the World Dungeon accompanied by a cat. You must really love that thing. Too bad you're both probably going to die a horrible death at any moment. Or maybe not. Look at the prize you just received. Reward? You've received a legendary pet box. New achievement! Early adopter. You are one of the first 5,000 crawlers to enter a new world dungeon. Sucker. Reward? You've received a silver adventurer box. New achievement! Empty pockets. You didn't bring any supplies. None. You know you still gotta eat, right? Reward? You've received a bronze adventurer box. New achievement! Why aren't you wearing pants? You entered the dungeon wearing no pants. Dude, seriously? Reward? You've received a gold apparel box. New achievement! Unarmed combat. So, just gonna waltz right into something called a world dungeon and you're not even going to bring a weapon? You're either braver than you look, or you're just an idiot. Good luck with that, Van Damme. Reward? You've received a bronze weapon box. New achievement! Loner. You entered the dungeon without any human companions. Didn't anyone teach you there is safety in numbers? Reward? None! Haha! You are so dead. I stared at those last words as they faded away. You are so dead. Donut was, again, swiping at the air. Menu, I said out loud. Nothing happened. Stats. Nothing. How the hell was I supposed to look at my information? It said I'd received multiple... what? Loot boxes? That's sure as hell what it sounded like. Which meant I had some sort of inventory. I remembered something from the initial announcement. Something about finding a tutorial guild. I looked up at the nearby sign about 100 meters down the dark tunnel. Would that be it? I started to shuffle jog down the tunnel toward the blazing sign. I passed Donut, sat upon the ground, licking her paw and rubbing it against her forehead. After a moment, the cat seemed to sigh and decide to follow. The neon sign read, "The Tutorial Guild," with an arrow pointing down a thin, dark alleyway. I shuffled to a stop. The swish of my footfalls echoed in the large, empty tunnel. I peered into the darkness. It was pitch black in there. Behind me, Donut meowed with concern. I stepped into the alley. New achievement! Fall into an obvious trap. Reward? Well, if there's a heaven and if you haven't been too much of an asshole, maybe they'll let you in. Because you are about to meet your maker. 3 lights flipped on, blinding me. I covered my eyes and took a step back. Something mechanical hissed, and what sounded like a steam engine roared to life. I heard laughter, high-pitched and squealing. I turned and I ran. Both of my pink Crocs went flying as I turned down the main tunnel, heading away from where I'd come down the stairs. Donut yowled and rushed after me. I hazarded a look over my shoulder and saw the contraption rocket out of the alleyway, almost crash into the far wall, and then slowly start to back up and turn, facing me. The machine was the size of a tractor and ran on treads like a tank. The thing was built out of mismatched, rusting hunks of metal, and it looked as if it would fall apart at any moment. A spinning, spike-covered wheel dominated the front of the death machine. On top of the tractor, 3 green-hued humanoid monsters stood, screaming and pointing in my direction. Each of these monsters looked to be about 4 feet tall and were dressed in leathery rags. One appeared to be wearing a kitchen pot on his head. He grunted and screamed as he worked the controls for the tall machine. Black smoke billowed from several pipes.
The spinning wheel whirred even faster as the machine righted itself and started barreling toward me. A tooltip popped up. Goblin Bulldozer Contraption! A goblin-built, steam-powered machine designed to mow down and slaughter unsuspecting dungeon crawlers. I hope you're up to date with your tetanus shots. 3 more tooltips popped up over the 3 riders. 2 of them read, Goblin! Level 2. Small, green, and smart. What goblins lack in physical strength, they make up for in pure spunk. The 3rd goblin, the one with the pot on his head and driving the machine, had a different response. Goblin Engineer, Level 3. Engineers, the incels of the goblin world. They have a hard time finding a date, which makes them extra angry. If there are any females in your party, they will attack them first. I didn't have time to think about the stupidity of the jokes or the fact I was, for the first time, looking upon a group of real, live monsters trying to kill me. I rushed down the hallway and reached another junction. I could go 3 ways. Forward, right, or left. Right was another half-lit hallway about half as wide as the last, but still plenty big enough for the goblins to follow. Left led into a tight, dark hall that'd be way too thin for the bulldozer. The obvious choice would be to flee down the dark hallway. I paused. It was too obvious of a choice. I sensed another trap. I couldn't go straight because the next junction was too far away, and the machine would catch me for sure. I turned right. Donut followed, choosing to stay by my side, which was very un-donut-like behavior. This hall was only as wide as a regular road with a smooth 15-foot ceiling. Green, lichen-like growths glowed on the brick walls and ceilings, giving the tunnel an odd glow. Behind me, the goblins squealed as they struggled to maneuver the murder dozer. The thing had a wide turning radius, and it would take them at least a minute to pursue. Ahead, another group of junctions appeared. But just before the intersection, I spied a single, plain wooden door built into the wall. A simple sign was attached to the wall above the door. The words were painted the same color as the dark red bricks of the wall, and I could barely read it. It read, Tutorial Guild. The words were in that same odd language. The moment I read the sign, a glowing green box appeared, highlighting the name. New achievement! You've discovered and read an official dungeon sign. Wow! You can read! Whoopee! Reward? All official dungeon signage will now be highlighted and easier to spot. Nearby guilds will appear on your mini-map. A mini-map? I really needed to figure this out. Behind me, the murder dozer had gotten stuck on the corner, and one of the level 2 goblins was shouting and beating on the pot helmet of the engineer with what looked like a stick. The 3rd looked at me and shook a fist. Would they follow me into the guild? I didn't know. I grasped the brass door handle and tried to turn it. It didn't open. Locked. What the hell? I said. I banged on the wooden door. Hey! I called. Is there anybody in there? The 2 level 2 goblins seemed to give up on waiting for the bulldozer to negotiate the tight turn, and they hopped off and started jogging toward me. They were unarmored, but both wielded what appeared to be wooden sticks with a pineapple on the end of it. They'd catch up in a minute. Next to me, Donut started to growl and hiss. From behind the door, I heard the rattling of chains and turning of locks. The door cracked, only pulling open part way. A single chain remained, keeping the door from opening further. A bearded, rat-like creature appeared in the doorway. I could barely make out his features, but he was about a head shorter than me. So taller than the goblins, but not by much.
What do you want?
The voice said.
You mobs ain't allowed in here. You know that.
Hey, this is a tutorial guild, right? The thing said I was supposed to go in here. The eye widened as it looked at me.
You're a crawler? Wait.
The rat creature stepped back as if to get a better look at me. I was immediately reminded of Master Splinter, the rat sensei from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
You are. By his left tit, we opened up and I didn't even notice. I must have slipped through the announcement.
tells old Mordecai anything. There used to be a newsletter. It was delivered every few cycles, reliable as can be. But then it just stopped. Budget cuts, I'm guessing. They're always cutting corners. I thought we weren't opening for another 2 years.
Hey, let me in! I interrupted. I turned to face the two goblins who jogged to a stop. One moved to my left, the other moved to cut off my retreat. Open the damn door! I cried. One of the goblins said something to the rat man behind the door, whose name appeared to be Mordecai. I couldn't understand the goblin language. It was grunts and squeaks. Mordecai responded in the goblin language. They both laughed.
Sorry, Crawler. You took too long.
Mordecai said through the chained door.
I can't open up if there are mobs directly outside. Rules are rules.
I took too long? I said. I moved to a fighting stance. One of the goblins fainted, swinging at me with his club. The pineapple at the end of the club fell off when he swung it, and it hit the ground with a splat. The goblin cursed and kicked it away. I took a step back. Donut stood between my legs, hissing and spitting. At least tell me how to open these damn loot boxes! Mordecai was silent for a moment, as if he was contemplating on whether or not to tell me.
It's in the Awards and Boxes tab of your inventory menu.
Ratman said.
But you can't access it yet, kid.
How do I get access to the inventory menu then? The second goblin, the one who still had a pineapple on the end of his stick, swung at me, missing by a wide margin. Up close, the goblins looked much like they did in movies and video games. Short, green, mostly bald with pointed ears, angular faces, and sharp teeth. I briefly wondered on that. It seemed the aliens, whatever, knew a whole lot about Earth mythology and lore. Far behind him, the murder dozer had finally backed up properly and had straightened out. It rumbled down the hallway toward us.
Yeah, you gotta complete the tutorial.
The pineapple goblin swung at me again. I waited until the club passed the apex of its arc and stepped in. I hit the goblin square in the nose with a jab and then a left hook to its right temple. It crumpled to the ground in a heap. A bar appeared over the creature's head the moment I hit it. A health bar, I realized. It hadn't appeared until it took damage. The bar went down more than halfway, turning from green to red. The goblin had more than half of its life drained. I'd clocked it pretty good, but not that good. Like I just punched a 10-year-old. The second goblin looked at his friend, open-mouthed, and then turned and ran back toward the dozer. My fists ached. I hadn't been in an actual physical fight in years. Most of my time as a Coast Guardsman was aboard a cutter as an MK, a technician. I was never involved face-to-face with any sort of real law enforcement. That said, most people I encountered who'd never been in the service didn't realize that we trained as much as we did. People thought of us as glorified lifeguards. They had no idea how much we trained in hand-to-hand combat. How the hell do I do that if you don't open the door? I yelled as I kicked the downed goblin in the ribs. I felt a satisfying crunch. Can't you just let me have access now?
It doesn't work that way, kid.
Mordecai said.
You can't just have untrained crawlers wandering around the dungeon, you know. Besides, you can't open boxes unless you're in a safe zone. And unless you're a complete idiot, you can probably guess you're not in a safe zone right now.
The goblin's health bar had moved deeper into red, but he wasn't dead yet. A distant part of me seemed horrified that I was planning on killing this thing. Despite his weapon, he was incredibly easy to hurt. But one glance up at the bulldozer, which had stopped to pick up the second goblin, relieved me of any potential regret. I put my hands on either side of the unconscious goblin's head and I smashed down on the stones. I smashed down again and again until the health bar completely drained away.
Hey, hey!
Mordecai yelled.
Hey, stop!
Whose side are you on anyway? I asked, whirling on the creature. But then I realized the rat wasn't talking to me.
You can't come in here,
he was saying, his back now turned. Donut. He was talking to the goddamned cat. She had decided she'd had enough of this hallway and wandered into the guild through the cracked door. A whole wall of new achievement notifications appeared, along with a couple other new notifications. But instead of auto-playing like they did before, they appeared as little messages in the upper left of the screen. I sensed I could mentally click on them, but not now. The AI, or whatever the hell was running the circus, seemed to know that right now was not an opportune time to cover up half my line of sight with gameplay. Not with the real danger barreling down on me. Open the fucking door! I cried.
Kid, get your creature!
Mordecai said, turning toward me, a strange hint of panic in the rat's voice.
I'll get in trouble if they find out I let a crawler sneak in against the rules.
Open the door, I repeated. Look, it's clear, but it won't be in about 5 seconds. Let me in! The door slammed, the last chain rustled, and then it opened all the way. I rushed inside just as the murder dozer barreled by, rolling directly over the bloody corpse of their friend. The brakes screamed, but the dozer continued its forward momentum, sliding on the body as it smeared down the hallway. The two goblins turned and met my eyes as I flipped them both off. They squealed in rage as I slammed the door. Chapter 3. The moment the door closed, a notification appeared.
Tutorial Guildhall. This is a safe zone. Warning. Level timers are still active.
Yeah, shouldn't have let you in.
Mordecai said, wringing his furry hands. I examined the rat creature. He wore a black vest and blue pants. He had a pair of well-worn sandals on his feet. An info box popped up. Mordecai, Rat Hooligan, level 50. Guildmaster of this guild hall. This is a non-combatant NPC. Hooligans are the smartest, fastest, and ugliest of the ratkin race. While not as roided out as a rat brute, or as I'm a fireball yo ass as a rat shaman, rat hooligans offer the best of both worlds. They are physically strong, and they have a decent grasp of magic. I closed out the box. Through the door, I could still hear the screech of goblin machinery just outside. I mentally clicked on the first of several information boxes cluttering my vision.
Error. You may not access this until you have completed the tutorial.
All the boxes disappeared, swooping away into a single folder item that started to blink. I stood in a wide room about the size of a classroom. A fireplace and bed dominated one side of the room. Several shelves dotted the walls on the left half of the room, filled with random objects and a few framed photographs of bird-like creatures. The other half of the room was nothing but a well-worn and oval-shaped gray carpet and an empty desk. A half-dozen classroom-style chairs lay scattered about. I turned back to the door. Is this the only way out of here? I asked.
What?
Mordecai asked. The rat wasn't paying attention to me. He was focused on the cat. Yo, Morty, is this the only exit?
It's Mordecai, kid. And yes, of course.
Are those green assholes going to still be waiting for me when I get out of here? Donut jumped up on a high shelf and knocked a vase over. Ash spilled out.
Mom!
Mordecai cried, running to the shelf, shooing the cat away. He reached up for the shelf, but he couldn't reach it.
Damn this body!
He turned back to me.
Can you just grab that thing for me? Get him out of here!
Mordecai sneezed.
Yeah. I think I might be allergic.
I didn't think he was sneezing because of the cat, but because of the gray cloud of dust that had formed around the spilled ash. Holy shit, man, I said. Be careful, I warned myself. He doesn't seem too tough, but he's level 50. That's gotta mean he's a powerful bastard. Can you help me? Are they going to wait for me or not?
Yes. No. Probably. Well, it's complicated. One might wait, but one will definitely go back to their clan and call the others. You smashed that poor goblin's head right in. Give them an hour and the whole family will be out there.
Across the room, Donut discovered the fireplace, which
Farewell.
crackled merrily. The cat sat in front of it, lifted her leg, and started licking herself. Shit. Okay, I said. Don't you dare lock this door. I grasped the handle and went back outside. I barely had time to hear the rat say,
"You're tracking my mother's ashes all over,"
before I slammed the door. The goblin tractor had overshot the doorway by about 10 meters and was in the middle of a wide turn, trying to come back the way it had come. The engineer had driven the tractor right into the wall. The spinning wheel sparked as the spikes shredded against the stone. The dead goblin remained smeared over the tiles. The corpse looked more like a party-sized sausage and green pepper pizza that had been run over a few times. Both of the remaining goblins had their backs turned to me. I sprinted toward the vehicle. The murder dozer had a small ladder near the back. It looked as if it was made of bones tied with rope. One of the goblins would turn at any moment. I had to get them now. If one of them got away and warned the other members of its clan or whatever, I'd be screwed. I needed this tutorial guild, so I only had one choice. The jagged bones of the ladder ripped into my bare feet as I pulled myself up. I stifled a cry. I jumped onto the top of the metallic, whirring contraption. The murder dozer screamed so loudly that neither had noticed me. The whole top of the machine was nothing but a fur-lined, recessed hole with benches running the length. Despite the fur, the ground was hot on my feet, almost burning. It smelled of scorched tar and animal musk. The machine could probably carry about 15 or so goblins, not including the driver, who had a seat up front. A dozen levers and spigots and vibrating handles extended from the floor in the cockpit area. The controls all vibrated and bounced up and down. The pan-wearing goblin sat in the seat, screaming and grunting something as he twisted and turned and pulled on levers. Smoke billowed and steam hissed from the multiple pipes. The whole machine vibrated like a boiler about to blow. The smooth, rocky ceiling of this tunnel was much lower than the long, main hallway leading off the stairs. When I stood to my full height, I could reach up and touch it. Barely. It still amazed me, the idea of an entire world made up of these hallways and paths. I rushed forward and grasped onto the regular goblin, who still clutched his pineapple-less stick in his hand. The creature barely weighed anything, surprising me. I picked him up as he grunted in surprise. He unsuccessfully attempted to hit me with his stick. With all of my strength, I threw the goblin forward. He rocketed out of the passenger area of the dozer. The screaming monster sailed directly over the head of the engineer, who was only now starting to react. The flying goblin crashed onto the tunnel wall, then bounced back, landing directly onto the spinning front blades. A spray of red showered over the both of us. The final goblin snarled, and quick as a whip pulled a small, curved blade from a sheath on his side. He jumped from his chair and rushed at me. Oh, fuck. The monster moved much more quickly than I anticipated, surprising me. I had to remember this was a different class than the last two, and he was a level higher. 2 levels higher than myself. This was a dumb idea. What was it that B always said? You just jump headlong into things without thinking it through? I kicked at the goblin with my bare foot. With nobody at the controls, the tractor continued to whine and shred at the dungeon wall. The vibrations got worse by the moment. Soon the whole thing was bucking like a washing machine with a rock inside it. The goblin was yelling something at me in its guttural language. "You're in my world now!" I yelled back at him. "You need to speak my language, you weird green piece of shit!" To my surprise, the goblin grinned. I could tell he understood me. The little monster switched the knife back and forth between hands.
"You're not speaking your language,"
he said.
"You're speaking Syndicate Standard, you idiot slave. They programmed it into your brain. Do you really think you'll survive?"
The goblin never finished the sentence. As he was distracted with his own soliloquy, I leaped forward, snatched the pot off his head, and clobbered him with it. Sharp little teeth went flying. The goblin stumbled. I smacked him again. He careened off the side of the tractor. His health bar appeared after I'd smacked him the first time, but it was still well in the green. He splatted to the ground, groaning. His knife went flying. I peered over the edge. The goblin lay on his back. The tractor continued to spin and buck, but it was edging in the opposite direction. The goblin's health was still 3/4 full, but he'd had the wind knocked out of him. The goblin started to sit up, and I threw the pot at him. To my utter astonishment, I clobbered him right in the forehead. He cried out, his hands reaching to grasp the new wound. I gauged the distance. It wasn't very far, like maybe 7, 8 feet. I'd done that plenty of times as a kid. What the hell? I jumped off the murder dozer, aiming both feet toward the chest and stomach of the still recovering goblin. I'm not sure if I mentioned this earlier, but this is important information right here. I stand 6 foot 3 inches tall. I weigh about 230 pounds, and while I wasn't in nearly as good shape as I was while I was on active duty, I'd been hitting the gym 3 times a week for years, building my muscle mass. I'd always been blessed with one of those bodies that naturally held muscle well. My dad was a linebacker. Hell, even my mom was 5'10", and her dad had played center for Oregon State before becoming a prison guard. So, what I'm getting at is that I'm a large dude. I have a lot of bulk. The goblin was small, and he did not have hardly any mass at all. The effect of me jumping onto him from high above was like someone smashing a fat jelly donut with a sledgehammer. The little dude didn't have a chance. Goo spurted out of the goblin from every orifice. The murder dozer started to whine even louder. I looked down at what I'd done, and I suddenly felt sick to my stomach. More notifications appeared on my screen. A tooltip popped up, appearing in my peripheral vision. I turned to look.
Goblin murder dozer. Boiler breach imminent.
A countdown timer appeared below the text. It was at 12 seconds and counting down. Son of a bitch. It's gonna blow. I turned back toward the room, a mere 30 meters down the hall. Was that too close? I didn't have time to think about it. I ran, slipping and sliding on the tiles as I booked it back to the room. I ripped open the door and jumped inside. I slammed the door and braced for impact. Bam! The world shook. The door bucked, throwing me forward onto the floor of the guild hall. My ears rang, but the door held, and I didn't seem to be otherwise injured. Donut was in the corner of the room, puffed out and hissing.
What the bloody hell did you do, kid?
Mordecai asked, looking over me at the door.
That gate is capable of holding back a kinetic strike from a Star Destroyer. I'd never seen anything shake it that much.
Huh, I said, sitting up. My ears continued to ring. That goblin bulldozer thing got stuck against the wall, and then it blew up. Mordecai nodded slowly.
A boiler breach, then. The local shaman probably enchanted it in case it ever exploded. It would have focused the energy from the blast at the closest non-goblin. You're lucky you were behind that door. A focused explosion, even a small one, has a lot more energy than you might think.
Having decided the commotion was over, Donut left the corner and returned to her spot in front of the fire. Her normally poofy exterior remained extra puffed out, and her tail swished up and down. I could tell the cat was pissed off.
Your creature crept in my mother's ashes,
Mordecai said, shaking his head.
This is so not worth it. Not worth it at all.
So, Mr. Training Guild, I said, leaning against the wall. My feet ached. My heart continued to thrash in my chest. I was covered in goblin blood. It felt as if I had raw hamburger meat stuck between my toes. I shuddered. I need to get shoes and pants. What the hell is going on? What's with the dungeon? Is everyone really dead? How do I work this shit? A million other questions popped into my head. I knew he could probably snap and break me in half, but I had an overwhelming urge to grab the rat man by his stupid vest and shake him until all the answers tumbled out of him. Also, who the hell are you? Why are you here? What's really... Mordecai held up his hands.
Okay, slow down, kid. I know you're confused. I've been in your position. All will be explained. That's why I'm here. But before I start, I need to explain something to you two.
The rat looked over at the cat, who glared back at him.
My name is Mordecai, and I am what's called a non-combatant NPC. I am like you. I'm a person whose world was displaced. This was many, many solars ago. I was a dungeon crawler just like you. I made it all the way down to floor 11, and I knew I would never make it any further than that. Once you descend to floor 10, you're given several options to exit the dungeon. The deeper you go, the better those options are.
He walked over to the shelf with the upset vase, and he picked up a framed photo of one of the bird creatures. He handed it to me. It looked remarkably like a normal framed photo, but the material was peculiar, and the photo was cut oddly, oval-shaped with the corners lopped off.
That's what I really look like. This is a photo of my brother. I was born a skyfowl, but I became a changeling when I reached floor 3 of the dungeon. I switch form every time my guild hall is moved.
Great to meet
When a dungeon first opens, I work in a guild such as this. Later on, after the 3rd floor collapses, my room here is transported to a much deeper level, and my form is changed again. I spend most of my time working a magic guild, which is a place one can go to pick spells and train if they've chosen a magic-based path. Though over the years, I've only had a handful of people actually make it that far. Most crawlers don't make it past the 10th floor.
So, a changeling is a shapeshifter? I examined the picture. I couldn't tell if it was a photograph or a painting or something else. The eyes of the image seemed to bore into me. It was a golden eagle-like creature. Wings, angel-like, were folded on its back.
Yes. They recreated my home for me, including all my possessions when I decided to become a guild master. I had but a few moments to grab anything I wanted before they evaporated it all. Now, every time I move to a new world, they change my shape. It's something different every time, but it's always a type of mob from the current floor of the dungeon. I don't know why.
I don't believe any of this. So, you're aliens? You're all from a different world? Then how does the game or whatever know how we talk? Some of those last notifications mentioned Jean-Claude Van Damme and incels and steroids. Mordecai nodded.
You're getting ahead of yourself. Each dungeon is specially built for the world it inhabits, and they spend a lot of time making sure the locals understand the game and the notifications. They go for authenticity. I'm not really supposed to tell you any of this stuff, but I figure if you're going to be stumbling around out there, you need to know what's happening.
I still don't know what's happening, I said, frustration rising further. Mordecai shook his head.
You humans are all the same. This is the 7th or 8th human-seeded world, and it's always the same. You always want to know why. Why can't you just accept your circumstances and move on? My people, the Skyfowls, we generally last much longer than you humans. You know why? Because we roll with it.
I didn't say anything for several moments. There was a lot to parse there. Human-seeded world? Did that mean that conspiracy-spouting asshole on TV with the crazy hair was correct? That humans weren't unique, but a crop left to grow unattended until this? Mordecai saw my look of bewilderment and sighed.
Okay. I'll give you the quick version,
he said. He pulled a seat and sat down. He gestured to another chair situated in the center of the round carpet.
You might as well get comfortable.
Chapter 4.
There are 6 basic starter species the Syndicate uses to seed worlds. Humans are one of them. They find a compatible world, sprinkle the humans on there, wait a couple thousand years, and then reveal themselves to the largest settlement. They usually do this as soon as civilization starts to take hold, but long before any sort of industrial revolution. As long as there's a working government, this counts as first contact. In a legal sense, I mean, which gives them leave to wait a couple thousand additional years, come back and strip the planet dry.
How? I asked. It all happened in a second. Mordecai shrugged.
Technology beyond your understanding seems like magic. So, as far as you're concerned, in this place, it is magic. It's like that Wizard of Oz movie, but you'll never get to peek behind the curtain.
You've seen Wizard of Oz?
Guildmasters prepare for years for each new dungeon world. Kid, I have been preparing for this longer than you have been alive. The advanced team arrived in your 1930s, I believe. Whenever that book came out, The Hobbit, I left the last system and entered the prep phase in your year 1964. I know this world and your customs just as well as you do. I even once got to shapeshift into a human and go out into the world. I went to a Blockbuster Video and stole a bunch of James Bond tapes. I was so happy once you guys started digitizing everything.
How long have you been a guildmaster? Mordecai shook his head.
You don't even want to know. So, anyway, your planet defaulted on claiming Earth as a sovereign entity. You had 50 local years since First Contact, and First Contact was several thousand years ago, whenever those pyramid things were built. The Borant Corporation has a huge backlog of worlds to mine, and your time is now.
My head swam. So, they're taking all of our minerals? Mordecai nodded.
Sort of. Borant deals in rare elements and the like. What they end up mining will fit on a single transport. I don't know too much about that part of the process. The elements involved are unimportant. It's a big universe out there, and there are plenty of places to mine. That's not why they're really here. While Borant does make a profit on the mining, the real money is in the game. The dungeon.
How?
Are you kidding? The Syndicate consists of over 3 billion independent star systems. Every season, a new dungeon crawler world debuts across the net. Quintillions of citizens of the Syndicate become obsessed with the crawl.
Wait, so this is like a TV show? Like Survivor?
Oh, I loved that show. And as far as you're concerned, yes, it's a show like Survivor. But it's more a Running Man situation than a Survivor one.
I leaned back in the chair. I'm on an alien television show. Holy shit. Bea had always wanted to be on television. She tried out for countless reality shows. Me? I'd rather have a hot poker stuck through my eye. I briefly wondered where she was, and if she was alive. Probably not, I decided. It had been 5 a.m. in the Bahamas when it had happened, which meant she'd probably been asleep in her hotel. Probably in bed with that asshole. And if by some miracle she had survived, there's no way she'd have gone into one of those tunnels. So, are there people watching right now? I asked, looking around. Mordecai put his hands together.
I will get to that in a moment. It doesn't look like anyone else is going to be joining us anytime soon. So let's get the tutorial started.
Mordecai's right hand glowed for a moment, and I felt that haptic buzz in my brain. Across the room, Donut hissed and batted at the air.
You have been granted access to the crawler menu.
My world blinked, and several items appeared in my vision. A long green bar, a health bar, I realized, appeared in the top right. It pushed the timer down a notch. That blinking folder remained in my top left. A small mini-map appeared in the bottom right.
You just received a notification,
Mordecai said.
That's called a crawler notification. There are a few different kinds, but that type will only be seen by you. There are also system messages, which everyone sees no matter what floor they're on. Those may be in different voices. There are also floor-specific notifications, etc.
I have a blinking box in my top left, I said.
Those are game and status change notifications. Probably a fight outside a few minutes back. Don't click it yet. We'll get there. First, I need you to focus on the map on the bottom right. Look right at it, and make sure you're thinking about looking at it.
I did as he asked, and the map got bigger, increasing to fill my entire vision. It was a simple blue and gray map showing the hallways and a few random buildings. Most of the area around us wasn't filled in. It only showed the area we'd walked, pushing out about 20 meters in each direction. A green dot sat in the middle, right in the guild. 2 additional dots appeared, a blue one and a white one. I focused on the blue dot, and a note appeared above it.
Crawler Princess Donor.
The white dot read,
Guildmaster Mordecai.
The whole room glowed yellow, and when I focused on it, it read,
Tutorial Guild.
a trio of X's appeared outside in the hallway. I mentally clicked on one.
Level 2.
I mentally clicked away, and the whole map shrank back to normal.
Good, good. So you're the green dot. The blue dots will be other crawlers, white dots will be NPCs, such as myself, and mobs will be red. There are a few other kinds, but you'll figure those out along the way. By the way, no other crawlers or mobs can see your menus, but while you're inside this guild, I can see what's on your screen. You're already adept at opening and closing, which is good. Now try focusing on the map again. With your mind, pinch it small, and then move it across the screen. That way you can customize it.
It went on like this for a while, him explaining how to open and close menus on the display. I could just think about it, and a whole menu system would pop up, giving me access to several folders. Once I got used to the weirdness of it being in my head, the system was quite intuitive. The first menu was player stats. Like I mentioned earlier, I'd played a handful of computer and tabletop RPGs over the years, so this section wasn't too surprising. My stats were Strength 6, Intelligence 3, Constitution 5, Dexterity 5, Charisma 4. According to Mordecai, I couldn't directly adjust these stats. Not yet. I received 3 stat points every time I leveled up, but I couldn't distribute them until I picked a race and class. And I couldn't do that until I reached the 3rd floor down. For now, these numbers went up and down on their own based on their inherent, real-life physical and mental attributes. He also added the typical adult human averaged between 3 and 5 for each of these first 5 stats, so my 6 in strength was good. I could find items and potions that would either temporarily or permanently adjust these numbers, but for now, why do we have to wait until we go down to the 3rd floor before we get to pick a class? He shrugged.
It takes a lot of energy to run this whole operation. I think they figured if you manage to make it to the 3rd floor, you're worth the investment to transfigure. Class is easy, but changing your race takes some doing. You're being fundamentally changed at the cellular level. It's a lot of effort for someone who's just going to get eaten by a flytrap on the 1st floor.
I hadn't thought about it until that moment. I changed into a different type of creature. If this was a computer game, I'd do it in a second. I never played humans in games if I could help it. But permanently changing myself into something different? The thought made me ill. It was something I'd have to think about and deal with when I got there. I grumbled a bit about that degree of intelligence. Yeah, never did too great in math, but I never considered myself a slobbering idiot either. I could fix most anything electrical after studying it for a bit. My friend Billy Maloney? Now that guy was neat. Just last week we'd come out of a bar, and he'd peed right on a cop's bicycle while the cop was giving someone else a ticket for drunk and disorderly. That guy deserved an intelligence of 3. Maybe 2. He was dead. He was still in jail. He had a warrant for failure to appear, so they'd taken him in. He's dead like everyone else in the world. I pushed it away. After I complained about the intelligence score to Mordecai, using the Billy example, he said,
Intelligence told you that bike belongs to a police officer. Wisdom told you not to urinate on it. We all have a wisdom stat, but it doesn't appear on that list. It used to. but they discovered changing one's wisdom greatly changed their personality, so it's no longer adjustable. I do not know what this Billy's intelligence is, but I guarantee his wisdom is not 5. Worry not about an intelligence of 3 unless you see a magic-based class. Your best bet is something that focuses on strength.
That mollified me while Mordecai moved me to the next menu.
This next screen is the single most important menu. Your life depends on these numbers.
It was called Ratings. I clicked on it, and the list took me aback. Ratings. Views, 0. Followers, 0. Favorites, 0. Patrons, 0. Apparently, the first level of the dungeon was off limits to live viewers, so these stats wouldn't move until I descended to the second floor. As of right now, no viewers had access to anything that was going on. However, Borant would release an edited highlights reel over the next day or so. If I managed to get shown during the premiere of the show, or any of the regular update episodes, it would be like hitting the lottery. Featured crawlers always gained billions of views and millions of followers right out the gate. Given the sheer number of people in the world, I seriously doubted I was going to be featured. So if I wanted to survive, I needed to have what Mordecai called chutzpah and the it factor.
You need to stand out. You can't just kill that shambling acid impaler and walk away. You need to kill it with style, with excitement. Come up with a catchphrase. During my crawl, I managed to accumulate almost 30 million followers and 4 patrons. That's the only way I survived.
Excuse me. Shambling what?
Shambling acid impaler. The second floor will be loud. They transfer out on 4 legs, are green, hairy, spit darts at you that melt your skin off. Awful creatures.
Jesus Christ. I still felt as if this was all a dream. Mordecai snapped.
Hey, kid, pay attention. Monsters aren't important. Well, they are, but this part especially is more important.
Okay, he said, waving him along. Keep going. He went on to explain how viewership worked. Once I hit the second floor, watchers from across the universe had the ability to tune into any crawler they wished. Borant would continue to air highlights, so the longer I survived, the better my chances of getting featured. Anytime someone watched me for just about 8 seconds or so, it counted as a view. This stat didn't help or hurt me, but it was a good indicator of how interesting I was.
You might not like it.
Mordecai said,
pay careful attention when I tell you this. Maintaining patrons is crucial to your survival. There is plenty of great loot in the dungeon that'll help you survive, but the best loot comes from benefactors, patrons, views, and followers. If you're being followed, it means the viewer has bookmarked your crawler ID. They can look in on you whenever they want. Following leads to favorites. If you're favored, that's a good thing. It means the viewers are getting live updates on your stats and condition. You get notifications if you're fighting. If someone has favorited you, they really want to know how you're doing. Viewers only get a certain number of favorites, so consider it an honor. But, ultimately, it's all about the patrons. Lots of favorites will always love patrons. Patrons are usually organizations, not individuals. They'll see someone has a lot of favorites, and they'll sponsor you. It's an advertising thing. They sponsor you by purchasing boxes for you. There are dozens of types of boxes, and each type of box has 6 quality tiers. Bronze, then silver, then gold, then platinum, then legendary, then celestial.
Yeah. You wouldn't let me open my boxes yet. Can I do it now?
Hold up, kid. We have a process here. Get there in a minute. Most patrons can only afford or are willing to send you silver or gold boxes. Bronze boxes are good, but anything higher usually has some good stuff in it. Some of the richer patrons may send you platinum boxes, though the cost for them has got to be astronomical. That said, patrons are the only ones who can send what are called benefactor boxes. Those contain the rarest items, so even a bronze benefactor box is better than a plain gold adventurer box. A benefactor box may contain items from the patron's home world. You will never find a pulse rifle or automated power armor in any sort of box in the world's dungeon, but it's possible to get one from a patron. Does that make sense?
None of this shit makes sense. But yes, I understand what you're saying. I'm on an intergalactic game show, and I have to be an obnoxious show-off in order to get eyes on me. And once I do have eyes on me, I might get a loot box with toilet paper in it. Does that about sum it up? Mordecai clapped his rat hands.
Yes, but toilet paper is complimentary. Restrooms are liberally populated around the map. It's the only place the viewer cameras can't follow you.
Are you serious? Mordecai nodded.
Oh, I'm serious. Last dungeon Borant managed didn't have rest areas, and the crawlers were pissing and crapping all over the place. Crawlers lose viewers when they're shitting in the middle of a hallway. It's gross.
And what does Bourne get out of this? Mordecai's demeanor changed. It was a subtle thing, but he stiffened slightly. His voice took on an oddly formal tone.
In addition to the mining income we already discussed, the Borant Corporation receives advertising dollars, a stipend from the syndicate government, and a commission on every credit spent by patrons.
He waited for a moment. A long moment. Before adding,
also, it should be noted that every time the crawler mentions the name of either the interstellar government or the organization sponsoring the current crawl, the system AI will record the interaction for review. If it is found a crawler is disparaging either of these two entities, especially while on camera with live viewers, the crawler's experience may be accelerated.
Got it. I had no doubt that accelerated meant nothing good. We spent the next several minutes going over a few other menu items. I had a health menu, like in other games. Overall health was a single green bar, but in the menu, it was a more extensive pie chart. It indicated any active conditions and debuffs, plus I could drill down to specific areas. Healing was sped up in the dungeon. I had recently been cured of several issues I didn't even know I had, like abrasions at the bottom of my feet and on my hands, frostbite, and the start of an infection from a donut that bit me. Health ticked up on its own, slowly, based on my constitution level. Also, if I went down a set of stairs to the next floor, my health points would instantly fill all the way up on their own. Another way to heal myself was via spells, potions, and scrolls. But there was no respawning. Dead was dead. After that was my skills menu. This section just went on and on and on. There seems to be an infinite number of pages. If I didn't have the skill, I couldn't read what it said. It was still listed there, but the words were blurred out. Literally hundreds of pages would scroll by before I saw anything. Mordecai had me change the view of skills I did have, and that list was just as long. I had things like breathing, 3, walking, 4, operating a Sony brand RMVL Z620 Universal Remote Control, 1. The list just never ended. He had me uncheck a box, and most of those skills disappeared. What was left was still several pages long. Then another check, and anything with a skill of 1 or 2 disappeared. What was left was things like unarmed combat, 3, basic electrical repair, 6, swimming, 4. Nothing was over 5 other than electrical repair. Most everything was 3.
This is a good start,
Mordecai said.
Rest, kid. You're proficient with several earth weapons, all firearms. But since you didn't bring any, you'll want to train with some of the dungeon-based weapons. We'll see if you have anything good in any of the boxes when we get to it.
And you'll train me how to use them?
Nope, not my job. There are guild halls scattered around that'll help you level up the skills, especially magic ones. The best way is always to practice.
Is there a store? The AI thing said something about a store.
That's when you reach the 3rd floor. There's a structure to the 3rd floor, and random stores will start populating the map after that. You can also trade with other crawlers or friendly raiders, if you can find any. Mobs on the 2nd floor will start dropping gold.
Next was the magic menu, which was complicated as shit. It was also one of the most surreal parts of this adventure so far. I was given a simple healing spell and a pool of mana points which appeared in my top right underneath the health bar. Because my intelligence was only 3, I only had 3 magic points. The healing spell cost 2. Magic points naturally refilled about 1 every hour. I had a hot list of 10 spaces along the bottom of my screen, and there I could add potions or spells or other special items. Mordecai had me place the healing spell at spot number 1. I could mentally click it to cast it. The spell was only a level 1 basic healing spell, and it would heal about 20% of my health. He made me try it, even though my health was already at the top. I cast the spell, and my whole body glowed red. My magic bar went down by 2/3, and nothing else happened.
If you were injured or sick, you'd be much better after that,
Mordecai said. A voice boomed, interrupting the tutorial. This was yet another speaker. Not the game show host that usually spoke, but a distinctly female voice. She spoke almost casually, like a manager addressing a store filled with employees just before they opened for business.
Hello, crawlers. The dungeon is now sealed. We have a diverse group joining us this season, and we are very happy to have you here. We had just under 13 million human crawlers make it through the gate and into the dungeon. We are already down to under 10 million. A quick note, the entrances to the second floor will not open up until the introductory episode of Dungeon Crawler Worlds comes, which will be in approximately 30 of your hours. Once that happens, the entrances to the second level will populate. There will be no lag time for the appearance of additional levels. On behalf of the Borant Corporation, I want to thank you, and I wish you all good luck and a happy crawl.
10 million people. It was more than I expected. But still, 3 million additional people dead in a matter of minutes. The number was so huge, it lost meaning. The announcement made me think of the way the dungeon was set up. The 5-day countdown timer continued to tick away. Do we get 5 days before they destroy each floor? Mordecai shook his head.
No. It's usually more than each floor down. Later on, it will depend on a lot of things, such as ratings, how many crawlers are left, etc. But they usually add about 5 days each turn. So you'll probably have 10 days for the second floor and then 15 for the third. The countdown doesn't start until the previous floor collapses.
How hard is it to find the staircases?
It can be tricky. It's not too difficult for the first few levels, but you'll want to focus on finding items or skills that'll help you find the next entrance down. This first floor is huge, as you can imagine. It's almost the size of the surface of your planet. They won't tell you this, but it's not all connected. It's not like you can wander about and run into someone from China. That'll change on the third floor. You'll see if you survive that long. Starting on the 4th floor, each level will have a random theme and will encompass significantly less area. Entrances will stop populating in random places. They'll be guarded. You'll have to complete quests or defeat bosses to get to them. I had barely made it to floor 11, and when I saw what guarded the entrances to floor 12, I knew it wouldn't be worth it.
What was it? I asked. He shook his head.
It doesn't matter. It'll be different here. It's different every time.
From there, we resumed the tutorial. We went over the party menu. If I had been accompanied by a group of people, we could manage our party in this menu. Party members shared experience and were able to access a group chat feature. Anyone who entered the dungeon at the same time as anyone else was automatically grouped together, and as a result, I had a party of 2. Me and Donut. The cat continued to lounge in front of the fire. It appeared she'd fallen asleep. So, my cat. The system has given her a caller name and designator. Does that mean she's getting all these special achievements and loot boxes too?
Yes. Any biological creature above a certain weight who enters the dungeon is assigned a crawler ID. One needs at least an intelligence of 2 to qualify for training. If you can't do training, your inventory is turned on, which allows you to access your boxes. Otherwise, they're designated as pets. All the other ones, like wild animals who happen to make it inside, very rarely make it past the first floor. We'll get to the pet menu after we open up your inventory, which is the next step.
Now that we'd put about 20 minutes between my earlier mention of Borant, I wanted to continue our previous conversation. Before we do that, I have a couple questions about the people running the show. He paused. Are they always listening?
Yes. Paying attention? Not necessarily. They expect a certain amount of gnashing of teeth amongst the crawlers, and we NPCs are required to say the name of the organizers multiple times during the training, so we're mostly ignored. Mostly. You really need to be careful once you start collecting followers. They know they're sadistic assholes, but they don't want you saying it on camera. They take their image quite seriously.
I'm no math expert, but when the dungeon opened, there were tons of the glowing entrances in my city. They said there were only 150,000 of them seated around the world. It seemed like too many for my
They have certain benchmarks they try to reach. The AI closely monitors the launch of the game, but there are loopholes. The entrances are rarely distributed equally. 10 million crawlers upon the ceiling of the dungeon is pretty typical. So, however it happened, it wasn't an accident. Like I said, they spend a lot of time preparing for each dungeon.
Yeah, you mentioned that. You've been here for decades. Does this show really only air once every 90 years or so?
No, not at all. Different corporations run each season, which appear about every 2.25 of your years. My employer usually has about 5 forward seasons working at any given time. They get chosen to run a season about 1 in 15.
So, different corporations running each season in different worlds, crawling. Then is every season vastly different?
Oh, yes. The Squim conglomerate chooses a different game completely, for example. It's a battle royale style fight. An entire world, and it all comes down to one champion. It's good for ratings, but it doesn't make them much money from what I know. My company is known for making the most elaborate, entertaining dungeons.
Wonderful. And you? Are you stuck here for the rest of your life?
No,
Mordecai said, smiling sadly. He looked down at the framed picture of the eagle creature I had placed on the floor.
this is my last tour. Once this nightmare is over, I become a full citizen, I receive a moderate stipend, and I'm free to make my way into the universe.
Will you, go back to your home planet?
No. It's not open to me.
What about the people who didn't go into the dungeon on your world? He paused.
We really need to get back to the tutorial.
Okay. But what if someone won the dungeon? Made it past level 18? The message said if that happens, they gain control of the world. Maybe your world is under control of one of your people. The rat creature grunted.
Remember how I said I made it down to the 11th floor?
Yeah?
A handful of crawlers over the centuries have made it that far. One once made it down to 13. One. He died within a half hour of hitting the floor. He was a human, like you, but from another part of the world. That's the deepest anyone has ever delved, kid. Level 14.
Chapter 5.
I've just activated your inventory,
I said, waving a hand.
This season, Borant is trying something a little different.
Different good or different bad? The only thing listed was a handful of loot boxes with ready to open next to them.
Last season, it was a slot-based system. It allowed one to carry multiple items, but it was limited in capacity and had standard weight limits. This season, each crawler is given a dimensional inventory and AI cataloging system.
What does that mean?
It's a good thing. Basically, unlimited storage. And if you can physically lift it off the ground by yourself in about 4 seconds, you can put it in your space, no matter how big it is. The only rule is you can't store living creatures. They will immediately die. Also, the storage is time-locked, so food doesn't go bad. That's a big one. We had an issue last season with crawlers starving to death, watching thousands of lethargic, unneeded Yeah, it was no good, so Borant fixed it. disease and starvation to make for compelling drama.
He produced a single glass bottle. It was small, like a third the size of a Coke bottle. It was red with a cork in it.
Pick it up and place it in your inventory. A gift from me to you.
I picked it up and examined the item's properties.
Standard healing potion. Increases your health by at least 50%. Doesn't cure poison or other health-seeping conditions such as succubus-inflicted gonorrhea. So, remember to wrap it up, bucko.
I pulled up my inventory menu, and an Add Item to Inventory button appeared. I clicked it, and the potion vanished. It appeared in my inventory list, which now had both a potions and healing submenu. I mentally clicked on it. The potion reappeared in my hand.
Good, good. If you add the potion to your hot list, you'll drink it without having to actually drink it. Remember this, because some of these potions taste like shit. If you straight pull it from the normal inventory, you'll have to pop the cork and swallow. Potions and other black items stack up to $999 a slot, so it's best to stick them in your hot list. And that's pretty much it. There are a few other quirks regarding inventory, but you'll figure them out along the way.
I put the potion back and then added it to the hot list next to my healing spell.
Okay, let's take a look at your current notifications. Holy tits!
What? What? I said, alarmed, looking around. Donut looked up from her spot by the fire and yawned.
You have a legendary pet box. Why didn't you say something?
I just looked at him. The urge to punch him in the face returned. Mordecai shook his head.
He walks in. Yes, you do have a lot of boxes. Okay, now that your inventory is active, you can pop up your missed notifications. Let's take a look.
I had a line of the notifications. I clicked on the first one.
New achievement! You've inflicted damage on a mob. Hopefully it won't hit back. Reward? It's probably going to hit back. New achievement! You've killed a mob. You're a murderer. He probably had a family. Reward? You can now gain experience. Get enough of it, and you might even go up a level. New achievement! You've killed an armed mob with your bare fucking hands! Holy crap, dude! That's kind of fucked up. Reward? You've received a bronze weapon box. New achievement! You've killed a mob a higher level than yourself. You're getting the hang of this. Don't let it get to your head. Reward? You've received a bronze adventurer box. New achievement! You've entered a guild hall. Congratulations! You know how to open doors. Reward? That sense of fulfillment you feel? That's reward enough. New achievement! Podophilia. You've used your bare feet to crush and kill an opponent. Hey! That's my fetish! Seriously, keep doing it and you'll be rewarded. This will help. Reward? You've received a gold shoebox. New achievement! Boom! You've caused a wall-shaking explosion within the dungeon. Last time the walls shook like this was when your mom came over for a visit. Reward? You've received a silver goblin box. New achievement! Level up, baby! You've received enough experience to gain a level. Reward? Leveling up is your job. You don't get rewards for doing your job.
Underneath those were a few additional notifications.
You've gained a skill level. Pugilism level 4. The art of beating the shit out of your opponents with closed fists. Each level of this skill increases your bare knuckle damage by 25%. Level up! You are now level 2. 3 stat points gained.
Several other skill-based notifications flashed and disappeared before I could read them. Likely thanks to tinkering with the menu earlier. My inventory glowed, and I clicked on it. Several additional loot boxes now appeared on my list.
You may only open boxes in safe areas, Mordecai said. All guild halls are safe areas, but not all safe areas are guild halls.
Will they be hard to find? The safe areas, I mean.
The safe rooms will always appear on your map, even if they're in the fog of war.
Fog of war?
If you haven't visited an area, it won't show the specifics of the hallways, even if it's in range of your minimap. The fog of war covers places you haven't yet visited. Safe rooms will have restrooms, sleeping quarters, and some will even have food and fountains with healing potions. Getting to them might be hard, but you'll always know where they are if you get close enough.
Time limit for staying in one?
Nope. But don't forget the level itself is going to collapse in on your head after a certain amount of time. The only way to survive is to keep moving deeper.
Okay, I said, rubbing my hands together. Hopefully, there's pants in one of these things. Let's start cracking them open.
Okay, you have 10 loot boxes. That's a lot, but not a crazy amount. Usually people come in with a total of 2 or 3. You can hoard them, but when you do decide to open them, you can't pick and choose which ones to open. It's an all or nothing thing. There's no real tactical reason to hold on to them since you can't sell or transfer unopened boxes. Also, it's important to note that while it's possible to receive unstable or damaged loot, you'll never receive outright cursed loot in a box. That doesn't mean everything is safe to try on. Always read the descriptions before you activate or wear something. Always, always. No exceptions. Okay, here we go. It's going to open the right tier.
The 10 boxes all popped out, appeared floating in front of me single file. The first few boxes were about half the size of a military football. Each box had a label floating over it. The first to appear was bronze-colored and had a strange, hedgehog-like animal stenciled on the top.
Bronze pet box. 8 out of 10.
The top popped open on its own. The box disappeared in a puff of smoke, and a single rolled-up piece of paper and a small pile of what looked like dry cat food appeared on the floor. Text appeared above each item.
Scroll of Heal Critter. Pet biscuit times 10.
The items disappeared and entered my inventory. Before I could open the inventory box to read the description of the scroll, the next box appeared.
Bronze Adventurer box. 2 out of 10. Emotional healing times 2. Common fingerless gloves.
After that was
Bronze weapon box. 3 out of 10. Toad cudgel.
the toad cudgel was a stick. It looked like a 3/4 length baseball bat shaped by someone who only had a vague idea of what baseball was.
Bronze weapon box. 4 out of 10.
This wasn't money. It was literally a fireplace cooker. A wrought iron stick with a screw on point at the end.
Bronze Adventurer box. 5 out of 10. Potion of healing. Potion of mana.
These next 2 boxes were slightly larger and made of silver.
Silver Adventurer box. 6 out of 10. Poison antidote times 2. Crawler biscuit times 100. Torch times 2.
This next silver box looked distinctively different than the last. Like the goblin murder dozer, it appeared cobbled together with random hunks of silver-colored metal. A goblin skull was etched onto the lid.
Silver Goblin box. 7 out of 10. Dynamite times 5. Lighter. Goblin pass.
The goblin pass took the form of the same goblin-shaped skull at the top of the box. The symbol appeared floating in the air. Instead of adding itself to my inventory, it flew and smacked up against my left forearm. I was still wearing my leather jacket, but I could feel it burning against my skin, like I was being branded. The brand also appeared on the exterior of the jacket. The pain quickly abated, and my jacket was otherwise undamaged. It was time for the good stuff. These next 2 boxes were bigger yet, and glowed with a golden light.
Gold apparel box. 8 out of 10. Enchanted Night Gaunt cloak of stoutness. Enchanted trollskin shirt of pummeling.
Beside me, Mordecai gasped the moment the 2 items appeared. I hoped that was a good thing.
Gold shoebox. 9 out of 10. Enchanted toe ring of the Splatter Scum.
Toe ring? A goddamn toe ring? I needed shoes, damn it, not a toe ring. I was so irritated by this prize I almost missed the opening of the final box. The legendary pet box had the same symbol etched on it as the bronze pet box, but this thing was 3 times the size. It was made of alternating, intricately carved silver and gold patterns. Clockwork gears spun with a ratchet click, click, click as the box opened. A musical fanfare sounded.
Legendary pet box, 10 out of 10. Pet biscuit times 500. Enhanced pet biscuit.
That's it? I said as the final prizes poofed back in my inventory. What the hell is an enhanced pet biscuit? Mordecai was looking between me and Donut.
Yeah, kid. You'll want to give your cat that biscuit right now while you're still in the guild.
What does it do? I asked. I pulled it out of my inventory. It looked like a cat treat. Small, smaller than my fingernail. Brown, hard, and round with a crumbly texture. I doubted I'd be able to get Donut to eat it. While the cat was always shoving her face with food, Bee insisted on giving her the wet stuff, even though it got all over her face. Donut turned her nose up at most everything else. I examined the treat's attributes.
Enhanced pet biscuit. So, it looks like a regular pet biscuit. It's not. Feed to your pet at your own risk. What's the worst that can happen?
What does it do?
The effects vary. Regular biscuits feed pet-based classes for a full day. The pets find them delicious. They smell them, and they'll just gobble them up. So make sure you only pull one out at a time. Enhanced treats have over 100 different possible effects. Half of them are good, the rest are neutral or decidedly bad. But if there's a bad outcome, your pet won't attack you if you feed them the treat while you're in the safe zone. Your pet will be teleported outside to a random place in this world. If you feed it to her while you're out on the crawl, and she transforms into a toothed flesh butcher, you're pretty much fucked. So you should definitely do it now. Either that or save it to sell later. It's worth a couple thousand gold.
Shit. I'd been avoiding thinking about this until now. But what could I do? Donut was a damn cat. It wasn't like she was a mastiff or anything. Some sort of pet I could use as protection. Even if I could get her to follow me in the first place, it'd be more a liability than anything. I felt an obligation to her. I was all she had left in the world. It wasn't logical, I knew. But if I could sell this tiny little treat for a lot of money, I could buy some really useful items, like shoes, pants. I rolled the cat treat in my fingers. As awful as it was, it would be best to... Ow! I cried as Donut leaped up and ate the treat right from my hand. Splat! The moment the cat hit the ground, she was transformed into a wet mess of flesh. She splattered like a hunk of hairy, jellied water. Donut! What the hell happened to my cat?
Waiting.
Appeared over the quivering, shaggy mass. Mordecai said, coming forward to poke at the blob with his foot. It wiggled.
Transformation. Your creature is being changed somehow. It didn't teleport away, so it's not considered a negative result. Looks like we'll have to wait. I've seen this before a few times. Not long. Maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
Chapter 6. As we waited for my mutant cat to emerge from her blob, I examined my other loot. The fingerless gloves went onto my hands. Of the 2 weapons, I liked the feel of the cudgel more than that of the poker, which felt like it would bend and break the moment I hit something with it. I examined the cudgel's properties. The game show host AI described it using a caveman voice.
Toad, cudgel. Big stick for bonking. Bonk toad. Bonk mob. Bonk girlfriend and drag back to cave by hair.
I wondered if the metal pot was still out there. It'd be better than this bullshit. I placed my hand on the symbol branded onto my jacket. An info box popped up.
Goblin Tats. It's a tattoo on your forearm. Now you'll never get a good job. Note, past tattoos cannot be hidden unless you purchase a cover-up sleeve. Will show through any armor you may wear. Removes automatic goblin hostility. Allows for free passage through goblin-controlled territory in the dungeon. Warning! Holding a goblin pass will cause natural goblin enemies, such as fairy-class creatures, to deal 20% more damage against you. Still, it looks kind of badass.
I grumbled that the system didn't give me a choice. It just burned it right onto me. I didn't have any tattoos, and I'd never really wanted one. Most everyone I knew had plenty, but I'd never liked the idea. My old man had been covered in them, and it wasn't ever something I associated with being cool. The black, leathery, and hooded nightgaunt cloak weighed almost nothing. It appeared to be made from the wing of some sort of demon creature. The skin was stretched between rows of long, body-length finger bones. When I put the hood up, I noticed it had pointed ear things around the side.
Enchanted Nightgaunt Cloak of Stoutness. The wearer of this cloak gains +4 to Constitution and becomes resistant to poison and ice-based attacks. In addition, the cloak adds anti-piercing resistance to all worn armor. It also makes you look like a dollar store Batman. Warning, if Nightgaunt spies you wearing this, they probably won't be too happy with you.
This is an extremely valuable cloak.
Mordecai said,
But the shirt is better. Much better.
Enchanted Troll Skin Shirt of Pummeling. The wearer of this shirt gains +7 to the regeneration skill. In addition, all melee-based damage debuffs such as stun, knockback, disarm, and out of breath are negated. The shirt is also quite stylish. Maybe a little too stylish. Unlike most monster skin apparel items, this shirt will not grant a negative reaction amongst trolls. In fact, lady trolls might just want to haul you away for some one-on-one time if they see you in this.
That shirt is one of the best Under Armour garments for tanking,
Mordecai said.
A level 7 regeneration skill means you're back to full health pretty quickly after taking damage, in as little as 2 minutes. Finding it was a lucky break. This is something that would be in a platinum or legendary box.
You don't have to tell me twice, I said. I pulled off my jacket and slipped the short-sleeved shirt on. It felt cool to the touch and form-fitted to my skin. A couple notifications appeared. I put the leather jacket back on and then added the cloak. I felt a quick rush of power course through me as my constitution rose from 5 to 9.
New achievement! Loot! You're wearing something you found in the dungeon. Reward? You're now a handsome son of a bitch. That's reward enough. New achievement! Ooh, magic! You're wearing magical gear for the first time. You're a wizard crawler. Reward? You've received a bronze adventurer box.
The box contained another torch and a pair of healing potions, leaving me with a total of 6. I still didn't have any pants. Or shoes. I was wearing a jacket, a cloak, and boxers. I shook my head. I examined the last item, the toe ring.
Enchanted toe ring of the Splatter Skunk. Imbues wearer with +3 strength and gives +3 to the skill Powerful Strike. Also, it's a toe ring. It's probably uncomfortable and it makes you look like one of those hippie assholes who sit around in a field juggling and hula hooping all day.
Powerful Strike is a good skill, I said. Each level multiplies your damage when you're not wielding a weapon. So at level 3, each kick or punch does 3 times the damage it normally would. Unarmed combat skill and the pugilism skill, your fists already do much more damage than either of those weapons. You might want to consider a monk class, which will enhance that further.
So, I could do like a ninja? I said. I sat down and slipped the toe ring on. It adjusted itself, sliding easily onto my filthy, bloody index toe on my right foot. Like the description warned, it was uncomfortable. I'd never been a jewelry guy. I hopped up and down, trying to get used to it. I felt my strength rise by 50%.
And just like that, you're almost as strong as any human who has ever lived.
Mordecai said. I received another snarky achievement for putting on jewelry, but no reward. I started to fiddle around within my skills menu. Despite the heavy filtering, there was a lot of information in there. There was literally a skill for everything. The menu had a search box. I typed in Frogger just to see what would happen. Growing up, my old man had an original stand-up Frogger video game machine from an arcade. I'd spent hours and hours playing the game when I was stuffed in the basement. My mom locked me in there a lot. Whenever my dad had his friends over, they'd smoke and drink and get loud, and my mom didn't want them being a bad influence on me. So, instead, I stayed downstairs, no television or internet, and that damn machine. The top score one could get on an original machine was 99,990. The game never ended, so you could keep playing past that, and the score would cycle over and over. My record was 879,460. Sure enough, it popped up.
Frogger, 1981 video game. Result hidden due to filters. Skill 8.
I grinned at that. I wondered why that skill was hidden by the filters, but things like lacing boots, skill 3, wasn't. It probably only included skills used for a dungeon. I doubted there would be a Frogger machine in one of these hallways. But that wasn't true, was it? Assuming it hadn't been tossed in a landfill. That old Frogger machine was down here somewhere. At least, the atoms of it, whatever. This dungeon was literally made out of items built by human civilization. Sad. It was hard to comprehend.
Really, Carl?
A new voice said. It was female. Sultry yet pompous at the same time.
If you're going to insist upon wearing that hideous clothes in public, you might want to do yourself the dignity of putting pants on first. I just can't fathom why Miss Beatrice hired you in the first place.
I looked wildly about for the speaker, expecting to find someone dressed like a medieval princess. Instead, all I saw was the cat. Chapter 7. Donut? I said, looking down at the cat. Mordecai stood beside me, mouth agape. Despite being nothing but a pile of goo just a few minutes earlier, the cat appeared to be exactly the same as before. Maybe she had gotten a little bigger, but not by much. Either way, she was still decidedly a cat. Except for the talking part.
First off, Carl, my name is GC Beta Bra NW Princess Donut, the Queen and Chonk, and I'm going to have to insist you call me by my proper title. I will accept just Princess or even Princess Donut, but not if we are in the presence of high company.
She looked at Mordecai as if he was something she had just vomited upon the floor.
I suppose Princess Donut will do for now.
I see what's happened,
Mordecai said after a moment.
You're party with her, so you can see for yourself. Pull up her stats.
I clicked on the party menu, and then I clicked on Donut's stats.
Strength 7. Intelligence 11. Constitution 2. Dexterity 8. Charisma 25.
What the hell? I said. She was stronger and more intelligent than me, and her charisma was just ridiculous. What happened?
Her stats were all 1. All except dexterity, which was always 8, and charisma, which was 5. Whatever buff you gave her kept her race and changed her stats. Let me look. Yes, like I thought. Look in her health menu. It shows conditions.
I clicked over, and under buffs, it read,
Enhanced growth. After an initial boost to 4 random stats, all additional levels will automatically grant +1 to strength and intelligence. Charisma will gain +2 per level. No additional stat points will be received upon level up.
Wait. So she's getting 4 stat points per level instead of 3?
Yes,
Mordecai said.
and she doesn't have to wait until she picks a class before they disperse. But that boost is a double-edged sword. She's forever stuck with a constitution of 2 and a dexterity of 8 unless she can find some gear that will enhance it, or if she picks a race and class that changes it for her. But even then, the points will still distribute as indicated.
He grunted.
With charisma like that, she should consider a bard-based class. 2 points every level is going to add up fast. I'm immune to the effects of her charisma. Same with you and other crawlers. But all the other NPCs and mobs won't be. For the first several floors, that number is huge. Bigger than you realize.
But how can she talk? She's still a cat.
I am right here, no.
Donut said.
It's quite rude to talk about me as if I'm not in the room. And if you must know, Carl, for me, I hear your speech as it should be heard. And you hear mine as that disgusting monkey grunting you call English. I imagine this other creature hears it as squeaks and vermin and whistles. This whole translation system is quite elegant, I must say. I'm gonna have to start the tutorial all over,
Mordecai said.
She's not a pet anymore. She's now classified as a regular crawler. Not necessary. I heard everything you said to my manservant.
Donut said.
Now wave your hand and grant me access to my prize pieces so we can get this farce rolling.
Manservant?
He's a little slow.
Donut said to Mordecai.
Intelligence of 3. Sad, really. But he's been with the family for a while now, and I just can't see myself letting him go. I've activated the menus,
Mordecai said.
Oh. Wow.
He looked at me.
She received a legendary quadruped box for being the first cat to enter the dungeon.
I watched as a group of loot boxes lined up in front of her just as they had done with me. She only had 5 of them. 3 bronze ones with a couple healing potions and torches. Next was a silver adventurer box that contained a book and a pile of pet biscuits. The note over the book read, Tome of Magic Missing. Next came the legendary box. The symbol on the front was a lion. Only a single item came out, a small, jeweled tiara. The cat-sized crown glittered with smoky, dark gems. The deep purple stone in the center swirled internally with clouds, as if the center was loaded. Enchanted crown of the sepsis whore. That sounds ominous, I said.
Wait until you read the description,
Mordecai muttered. The item disappeared into her inventory. The cat sat down and started to groom herself. Are boxes custom tailored to the person? I asked, as I pulled up the party menu. I quickly found I couldn't examine items in Donut's inventory. Only items she had equipped.
Sort of. You'll receive items that can be used by your race, but not necessarily your class. So a human barbarian might receive a necromancer staff.
Donut glowed a bright red. Mordecai turned to the cat, raising his hand.
Ah, Princess Donut. I see you taught yourself the magic missile spell already. That's good, good. In case you didn't know, tomes will permanently teach you the spell, and scrolls will just cast it. That other item you received is quite valuable and powerful. But it is also a very dangerous item. Before you decide to put it on, you should take special note that it—
Poof! The crown magically appeared on her head. Mordecai lowered his hand, sighing. How the hell did she do that? I asked. I'd had to manually put on my cloak and shirt.
She's a quadruped, so she has a different user interface than you. She can perform many actions directly from her menu.
Now that it was equipped, I could examine the tiara's properties.
Enchanted crown of the sepsis whore. Who's a dirty girl? You're a dirty girl. This is a fleeting item. This is a unique item. Imbues wearer with +5 intelligence. Grants the user +5 to the good first impression skill. All attacks, including magical attacks, now have a 15% chance to inflict the sepsis debuff. Warning! Seriously though, I'm going to say this again. Warning! Read this shit before you put it on. Placing this crown upon your head permanently places you within the royal line of succession for the Blood Sultanate on the 9th floor of the World Dungeon. Removing this item will not remove this status. Royal members of the Blood Sultanate will be required to slay the Sultan and all other members of the royal family before descending to the 10th floor. You'll only want to wear this if you're a bloodthirsty, raging psychopath.
That, I began. I'm not so sure you should have put that on.
It's purple.
Donut said.
Purple is my color. Do you know how many purple ribbons I've worn? Do you know what it takes to get a purple ribbon?
What does fleeting mean? I asked Mordecai. And why is there an asterisk by unique? Donut had received a few more boxes from learning the spell and putting on the tiara. It was all low-tier potions and torches. She sorted through the items now, hissing with displeasure each time she received another torch.
Fleeting means it'll crumble to dust the moment she takes it off. If that happens, another crown will be generated somewhere else in the dungeon. Now that it's on her, don't let her take it off. If another crawler gets the crown, it'll just be one more person you'll have to kill to get off that floor.
The idea of having to fight actual people hadn't occurred to me. Would that really happen? The thought of it made me sick. I looked at Donut. What the hell am I going to do now? I asked, shaking my head. The tutorial was over, and I knew it. We'd have to go back out there.
It's quite simple, really.
Donut said.
You need to assist me to this 18th level, so I can exit this hellscape and resume my rightful place as liege. I'm assuming this wretched creature won't be able to travel with us.
She lifted her paw and pointed it at me.
So you have been promoted from manservant to bodyguard. Congratulations, Carl! Princess Donut has named your party the Royal Court of Princess Donut. Princess Donut has changed your title to Royal Bodyguard. Princess Donut has changed your title to Grand Champion Best in Show.
Really? Mordecai laughed.
She has the highest combined stat total, so she's the designated party leader. As such, she has more control over the party menu. Don't worry, the titles don't mean anything.
He paused, suddenly serious.
Listen up, kid. She's quite a bit more powerful than you are right now, so you'll want to stick together. At least until we get to the 9th floor. That will be a challenge. You can always leave the party. That crown is on her head, not yours.
Donut walked up to the door and scratched at it. It opened on its own. Chapter 8. Time to level collapse. Here, I said. Good luck out in the universe once this is over. Mordecai looked at me sadly.
Yeah. Good luck to you, too.
He grasped my jacket and met my eyes and whispered,
It's not worth it. No matter what they tell you. Not until floor 12, and even then, negotiate as much as you can. Remember that.
He slammed the door. And my mind reeled. What did that mean? Was he saying it was better to die than to take whatever exit they offered on floors 10 and 11? Did that even matter? Floor 10. Who was Mordecai killing? 3 million people had died in this place in the very first hour. I wasn't expecting to survive until the next floor opened up.
Okay,
It said.
here's what we're going to do. You're going to walk that way, and if we get attacked by anything, you protect me.
Wandering aimlessly? That's the plan? I asked.
We have approximately approximately 29 hours before these aliens air their television show. That means we have 29 hours to do something absolutely spectacular. But first, we need to find you some pants. I will not present it to the universe in such a fashion. I can just see the comments now on the Martian social media.
She mocked an alien voice.
A beautiful cat blog, but why isn't her bodyguard wearing pants?
I sighed and started moving down the hall. We headed back the way we'd come before, back toward the main thoroughfare. This entire area was scorched black from the explosion of the goblin dozer. The smear of blood from where the dozer had run over the goblin remained. Everything else had been destroyed in the explosion. You know, you're not wearing pants either, I said after a moment.
Nor am I wearing a cloak that makes me look like I won a participation trophy at the Special Needs Comic-Con, Carl. I'm a cat. Cats don't wear pants, don't be so drawn.
We came to the conjunction, and I warily looked around the corner. I didn't see anything. This hallway was lit by torches, not the green lichen, so it was much brighter. It seemed completely abandoned in either direction. We stepped out into the wide tunnel.
Now, I know your simple mind is telling you to just keep...
Okay, I said, turning on the cat. I was struggling with this decision earlier, but this... transformation, or whatever has happened, has made this much easier. I'm going to go that way, I pointed east, and you're going to go any other direction than that. Good luck.
What?
Donuts.
You want to separate? I don't understand.
Look, Mordecai said you're a lot more powerful than I am. Great. That means you'll probably be okay. More okay than me. I leaned in. But I would rather just get this over with and get squished by a goblin bulldozer than spend another second dealing with this bullshit. Cats are assholes. I get it. But do you know why people like cats, despite their assholeness? It's because they don't fucking talk. If they did, and they were all like you, they'd all be extinct because we'd have killed you all by now. I pulled up my menu and tried to figure out how to remove myself from the party.
Wait! Carl, wait! Don't! I'm sorry. Wait.
What? The cat sat on the floor. She seemed to deflate.
I'm sorry. You're right. It's just... Have you ever woken up from a long dream? One where you're one thing, and now that you're awake, it takes you a moment to realize that's not who you really are?
I just looked at her.
Okay. When I woke up back there, I had all my memories of all my time being me. Of sitting in that window, looking outside, of watching television all day long, of all the hours in the carrier and back of Miss Beatrice's car, travelling to those horrid yet wonderful shows, of being told what a princess I am. And then, suddenly, my mind went back and I understood what had happened. I am a grand champion, Carl. I'm supposed to act a certain way. But sitting in your lap, watching you get fragged over and over in Call of Duty, that too. I mean, you really suck at that game, but you keep playing. I didn't realize it at the time.
So, what are you saying? That you're not a crazy, stuck-up asshole princess?
Oh, I am a princess, Carl. But I'll try not to be too much of an answer. I need you. And you need me, okay? I'm really scared here. I don't want to be alone. And I know you, and you don't want to be alone either. I saw you the other day, looking at the map on your computer, and then at those apartments on Craigslist.
What do you mean? I asked. But I knew exactly what she meant.
There was that day when the passes were clear. You could have taken me back to Miss Beatrice's parents, but you didn't want to. You were looking into apartments, making sure they allowed cats. You were thinking about catnapping me.
I just looked at her. It's exactly what I had been doing. I hadn't even admitted it to myself.
It's right away.
I sighed. That was true, too. Bee's dad was a lawyer out of Yakima. Okay. Let's keep moving. We kept traveling. The minimap showed the cardinal direction. We headed east. I kept an eye out for any special rooms or other dots. Yeah, anyway, I'm not wearing pants because you decided to jump out the window, I said after a few minutes of this travel in silence. That reminded me, and I felt in my pocket. Yes! A pack of Marlboro Reds. I still had half a pack left. I still had my Zippo. I'd also received a lighter from that goblin box, so now I had two. I had the urge to pull the pack out right then, but I knew I probably wouldn't get any more cigarettes ever again. I had to conserve them.
If I hadn't jumped out the window, we'd both be dead right now.
Why did you jump anyway? Donut hissed.
That's something down there.
We passed by multiple conjunctions and alleys. Everything in this maze was featureless so far. I saw no signs of life whatsoever. We stopped now by a thin alleyway, similar to the one that had hidden the goblin dozer. It was completely pitch black in there. On my map, the alley led down to another conjunction and several more tributaries. The map only revealed so much of the area, so I couldn't see past there. There were no red dots or anything like that. Not that I could see. What is it? Donut leaped up off the ground and landed on my shoulder. I suppressed an oof. She wasn't nearly as heavy as she used to be when she did that. Then I remembered my strength was much higher than before. She curled her long, fluffy tail around my neck and glared. A low growl escaped her throat. What? What do you see? Thwomp, thwomp. 2 bolts shot out of Donut's eyes, one after another. They were like laser blasts from a sci-fi movie. I was so surprised that I almost fell backward. Instead, I just stumbled a little. I remembered she had that magic missile spell. The first bolt hit the rocky wall of the alley, sending bits of rock and smoke showering. The second was better aimed and traveled the length of the tunnel before splashing against something that howled with pain. It was too far away for me to see what it was, but the moment the missile hit it, a red dot appeared on my map.
Okay, there it is. Go get it.
Donut said. Yeah, maybe next time wait until we know what it is before we start randomly shooting at it. What if that had been a person? The creature made a deep rumble that was half bleat, half roar, and started galloping down the alley towards us. Whatever it was big.
That's quite obviously not a person, Carl.
Donut said. Shit. The thing was really booking it now. Shoot another missile, I said. A third magic missile shot forth from Donut, this one hitting it directly in the chest. The creature staggered and cried out in pain, obviously hurt. But it kept coming. In the moment it was lit up by the pulse blast, I could distinctly see what it was. I got a good enough view for the info box to pop up.
Bad llama. Level 3. It's a llama, but it's bad. If he were human, he'd be covered in prison tattoos and would be hanging out in front of the Circle K hitting on 14-year-old girls. They might be willing to sell you something if you have good stuff to trade. You won't want to get hit by their spit.
God damn it, Donut! I cried, jumping back from the alleyway entrance. A red, baseball-sized ball of spit blasted out of the hallway and splattered across the floor. It sizzled where it hit, and the stones of the rocky floor turned crimson. Lava. The llama was shooting lava out of its mouth. I balled my fists. Mordecai had said my punches were more powerful than either of the weapons I had, but the idea of fighting a fucking llama with my bare hands was ridiculous. I had the fingerless gloves I'd received in a loot box, but they offered no armor protection. You're gonna have to shoot it again, I said.
I can't.
Donut said.
I'm out of mana!
Didn't you get a mana potion? I cried as the llama emerged. The damn llama was even bigger than I expected. It was as large as a horse. The creature had giant yellow buck teeth. It turned its scorched and tan-colored head to glare at me. One of its eyes had been blown off by the missile. Black and red ichor poured down the side of its face. It had the debuff Septic pulsing over its head. The powerful debuff was similar to poison. It worked faster, but it couldn't be stacked, and unlike poison, it could be healed with a simple healing spell or potion. The llama's health was already about 3/4 gone. Donut howled and leaped off my shoulder as the llama reared back to spit again. The thing's neck glowed red. I hit it with an uppercut and a left hook right in the face. I felt bones crunch. My left hand exploded in pain, and I didn't know if the crunching bones were in the llama's face, in my hand, or both. Probably both. It grunted with surprise and unleashed its gob of spit just as his head turned away from me. I felt the heat of the lava ball sail over my shoulder. I stepped in and punched it again. A right jab directly in its glowing throat. The creature dropped like a sack of hammers. I tried to cry out, but nothing but gurgling came out. I jumped back as the fur and skin around its neck erupted in red flames. I had ruptured whatever the hell was in its throat that made the lava. The llama continued to gurgle and make pitiful sounds as its health plummeted. A moment later, it was dead. The lava around its throat started to rapidly cool, filling the hallway with an acrid, sulfur-like stench. My left hand was broken. It throbbed in pain, but thanks to my regeneration ability, it was already knitting itself. I pulled up my health menu and looked at the pie chart. I could zoom in on that specific injury, and it gave me a detailed explanation on everything that was happening. My regeneration skill did a triage of my injuries, healing the most important items first. It was just my left hand along with some abrasions on my right hand. I could adjust the menu and give healing priority to other parts too. After a minute, I was good as new.
I dealt 71% of the damage.
Donut said.
It's telling me I get to pick loot first.
The corpse blinked, and an info box popped up.
Lootable corpse. Bad llama. Level 3. Killed by Crawler Grand Champion Best in Dungeon Princess Donut, with an assist by Crawler Royal Bodyguard Carl. Poor llama skin. Uncooked llama steaks ×2. Baggie of Trailer Park grade meth ×2.
The skin disappeared from the inventory along with one of the steaks. The corpse's skin disappeared, leaving just a gross pile of mess.
Your turn,
Donut said. Meth? I said. I laughed at how absurd it was. I added the rest of the items to my inventory. My inventory added 2 new menus: food items and pharmaceuticals. I had a couple new achievements, one for looting a corpse and one for sharing experience. I received a pair of bronze adventurer boxes. Donut got the same, plus a couple additional achievements for casting her first spell and finally killing something, along with killing a mob higher level than herself.
That was no good,
Donut declared as we continued our trek east.
Sloppy. You can't be injuring yourself every time we get into a minor tussle.
Minor tussle? We need to be more cautious. We can't just blindly stumble around.
No, we need to level up.
Donut said.
And we need to do it quickly. I'm starting to think this main road is the best choice for traveling or fighting.
She jumped down a random hallway and I had to rush to keep up. A few turns later, and we were far from the main thoroughfare. Here, the walls were tighter and the ceiling much lower. The whole place glowed green from the lichen on the walls. Some of the halls curved and met dead ends. But thanks to the map, which built itself as we went, it was easy to keep from getting too lost. The whole place was eerily barren. Occasionally, I heard a screeching noise coming from the distance. Once I heard something that sounded like a man screaming at the top of his lungs, followed by gunfire. But it was far away, and I couldn't tell exactly from where. We traveled like this for what seemed like hours, not coming across anybody or anything except a few random tutorial guilds. And bathrooms. Bathrooms were everywhere. It was the strangest thing. There seemed to be a bathroom door about once every quarter mile or so. Each doorway was different, and it appeared the doors were taken from actual bathrooms and restaurants and bars and buildings from around the world. Some had the symbol for men or women on them. One had a handwritten sign in what looked like Korean. Another had a note saying it was for paying customers only. I opened the first 4 bathrooms with cameras, and each one was the same inside. A silver toilet and a roll of toilet paper. No sink, no mirror. Just a toilet and barely enough room to sit down in. No matter how wide or thin the door was, the room was the same each time. After the 3rd room, I began to suspect it was the same room. To test it, I took the roll of toilet paper and pulled it out, dipping the end into the bowl of the waterless toilet. The next one we passed, I opened it up, and sure enough, the toilet paper remained dipped in the bowl. After I closed the door, I had Donut open it up. She could open and shut doors just by looking at them as long as she was close enough. She opened the door I'd just been in. This time it was a knee-high cubicle featuring a litter box.
Oh, good. I got a wee.
Donut said, entering the room and shutting the door. She emerged 30 seconds later, trailing litter all over the place. She looked over her shoulder at me.
You should go. You look like you need to go.
What I really needed to do was sleep. The initial adrenaline rush from all of this was finally coming down. I was exhausted. I'd only slept an hour or so before I'd woken up last night. Last night? It was barely 5 hours ago or so. In my health menu, it listed me as fatigued. It didn't cure itself with my regeneration. We had to find one of the rest areas. Mordecai said they were all over the place. We could set up a temporary base of operations there and explore the area cautiously and deliberately. This aimless wandering was going to get us into big trouble sooner rather than later. A couple minutes later, we were beset by a group of level 2 rats. There were 5 of them, and the screeching, hissing creatures were about half the size of a donut. The monsters weren't too big, but the bastards were huge for rats. They bit and scratched, and one even inflicted me with a poison debuff that only lasted for a second before my cloak canceled it out. I ended up defeating them by punting them against the wall one by one. They hit the wall and exploded like water balloons. Their deaths were over the top, overly gory, almost like their bodies contained twice as much blood as they should. Donut had leveled up to 2 after the llama battle. It appeared we received experience equal with the percentage of how much we participated in the battle. But the number wasn't exactly equal with how much damage we dealt. I suspected support activities such as tanking and healing also counted, though we didn't have nearly enough data to figure out if that was accurate or not. It also appeared that simply being in a party with someone and present at the battle garnered a nominal amount of experience. With the rats, I received nearly enough to level me up to 3. Donut, who hadn't lifted a paw to help me, spent the next 5 minutes bitching about how her mentorship should have counted for more experience. Cat was definitely making an effort to be less abrasive, but she was still a cat. She had a reckless streak to her and a quick mouth, often making quips before realizing what she'd said. But she was also showing very cat-like signs of affection, too. One time I stopped and leaned up against a wall to rest, and she spent the time purring and rubbing up against my legs. I looked down at her and she returned my gaze.
What?
She said. By the time we finally found a safe room, we had participated in 10 more skirmishes, all against rats and these large cockroach things called scatterers. The bugs were the size of and shape of a loaf of bread. We didn't receive any additional loot of interest except multiple rat pelts, and one cockroach dropped an item called a scatterer carapace which added itself to my crafting items menu. I killed every single one of them with my bare feet. I punted the rats and jumped on top of the cockroaches. The bug mobs crunched like potato chips under my feet. While I did most of the fighting, Donut now made an effort to fire 1 magic missile each fight from the safety of my shoulder. Her skill level in the spell went up to 3. I spent a moment examining her stats. My view was limited, but I could see she currently had a 17 in intelligence, giving her 17 mana points. Each zap of her spell cost 5 mana points. For me, the spell points regenerated very, very slowly, making magic almost useless. Donut regenerated much faster, at about 1 point a minute. I didn't know why she generated the points more quickly, but 1 a minute was still pretty slow. Most of these fights were decided in seconds. I hit level 3 and gained a skill called Foot Soldier, and a second one called Slow. The foot soldier skill increased the damage I dealt by kicking. The smush skill was something else. The voice reading the skill description was deeper and more throaty than usual. I could actually hear him breathing like he was a dude beating himself off while he said it.
Smush. Skill level 3. Killing with your feet. Your bare, beautiful feet. Taking your bare foot, placing it on top of a living, conscious life, and then pressing lovingly down until that life ceases to be. Is there a more noble way to kill? The amount of pressure you can bring to bear upon an enemy with your unshod foot is increased by 10% each level of the skill.
I remembered the weird message I'd received before when I'd jumped on the Goblin Engineer. I thought it was just a throwaway joke, like most of the descriptions. But it seemed the AI, or whatever it was that controlled the game messages, really did have some sort of foot fetish. It was fucking weird.
I guess we're not getting you shoes.
Donut said after I made the mistake of describing the skill to the cat.
Yes, we are. As soon as possible.
It sounds to me like the computer fancies you. Or your feet, at least. We'll need to take advantage of that. If the system likes us, then maybe it'll go easier on us.
It makes me uncomfortable.
Being eaten by a bugbear makes me uncomfortable. Calm. So if your boyfriend ogling your tootsies keeps these easy-peasy bugs coming at us instead of more of those lava-spitting llamas, then better buck up, get over your human male privilege, and take one for your princess.
The skill description was deeper. All against rats and these large cockroach things called scatterers. The bugs were the size of and shape of a loaf of bread. We didn't receive any additional loot of interest except multiple rat pelts, and one cockroach dropped an item called a scatterer carapace, which added itself to my crafting items menu. I killed every single one of them with my bare feet. I punted the rats and jumped on top of the cockroaches. The bug mobs crunched like potatoes. While I did most of the fighting, Donut now made an effort to fire one magic missile each fight from the safety of my shoulder. Her skill level in the spell went up to 3. I spent a moment examining her stats. My view was limited, but I could see she currently had a 17 in intelligence, giving her 17 mana points. Each zap of her spell cost 5 mana points. For me, spell points regenerated very, very slowly, making magic almost useless. Donut regenerated much faster, at about 1 point a minute. I didn't know why she generated the points more quickly, but 1 minute was still pretty slow. Most of these fights were decided in seconds. I hit level 3 and gained a skill called Foot Soldier, and a second one called Smush. The Foot Soldier skill increased the damage I dealt by kicking. The Smush skill was something else. The voice reading the skill description was deeper and more throaty than usual. I could actually hear him breathing like he was a dude beating himself off while he said it.
Smush. Skill level 3. Kill with your feet. Your bare, beautiful feet. Taking your bare foot, placing it on top of a living, conscious life, and then pressing lovingly down until that life ceases to be. Is there a more noble way to kill? The amount of pressure you bear upon an enemy with your unshod foot is increased by 10% each level of the skill.
I remembered the weird message I'd received before when I jumped on the Goblin Engineer. I thought it was just a throwaway joke, like most of the descriptions. But it seemed the AI, or whatever it was that controlled the game messages, really did have some sort of foot fetish. It was fucking weird.
I guess we're not getting you shoes.
Donut said after I made the mistake of describing the skill to the cat.
Yes, we are. As soon as possible.
It sounds to me like the computer fancies you. Or your feet, at least. We'll need to take advantage of that. If the system likes us, then maybe it'll go easier on us.
It makes me uncomfortable.
Being eaten by a bugbear makes me uncomfortable, Carl. So if your boyfriend ogling your tootsies keeps these easy-peasy bugs coming at us instead of more of those lava-spitting llamas, then better buck up, get over your human male privilege, and take one for your princess.
Take one for my princess, I muttered, as she cackled with laughter. I saw the safe room glowing green on the edge of the minimap, and we angled our way toward there as we continued to argue. The scatterers were becoming more frequent, and I knew the main nest had to be nearby. At least I hoped that was what was happening, and that Donut wasn't right. A single level 4 cockroach stumbled away at our approach, disappearing toward a large, round cavern that was just past the entrance to the safe room. We didn't pursue it, choosing to head toward safety. We entered the safe room. Chapter 9. Entering safe room. We entered the room, and both of us stopped at the entrance, gaping.
What is this magical place?
Donut asked, jumping from my shoulder, her tail swishing about with excitement.
It's the biggest cat tree I've ever seen.
It's not a cat tree. It's the playground. We were in a fast food restaurant. It was almost like a McDonald's, but instead of everything being red and yellow, it was white and blue. The playground with the massive slide and tunnel system and ball pit were straight out of my own childhood. The signs on the walls were in a weird language. Irish, maybe. Pictures of plastic toys from some cartoon movie indicated this month's Prime inside their off-brand Happy Meals. I couldn't remember the movie's name, but I recognized the hippopotamus and ferret thing. The movie was new, just released. They had taken a complete, intact fast food restaurant from some random country and placed it here underground. We'd come in through a main entrance. Large windows surrounded the empty restaurant, but the glass showed nothing but solid wall beyond. 3 large screens stood directly above the counter where the menu would normally be. But instead of a menu, the screens contained information about the game in Syndicate Common Language. Donut bounded toward the play area, disappearing into the colorful children's maze while I read the screens. First was a countdown until the level collapse, which was in 4 days and 17 hours. The line below that read,
Countdown until the premiere of Dungeon Crawler World, Earth. 22 minutes. Remaining crawlers, 4,322,395.
I blinked at that. Holy hell. It had been 10 million just a few hours before. As I watched, the numbers kept going lower and lower. I looked down at my feet, which were bloody and covered in bits of bug chitin and that white goo that came out of the bigger ones. We'd been lucky so far. We'd found some good gear and had survived several attacks. Weren't these other people working together? It seemed like too many people had died. I shuddered. I swallowed and continued to examine the signs. The next screen over read,
Leaderboard evaluate upon collapse of the 3rd level.
The 3rd screen read,
Welcome to the safe room. You are on the 1st level. Rental rooms 20. Rental price 0 gold. Personal spaces will become available for purchase on the 4th level. Food is available at this location.
Rooms available. I looked at the minimap, expanding it to fill my screen. The restaurant had 3 exits. There was the door we'd come in through, the second door on the opposite wall that had a dotted line on the other side, and an X over the door. I mentally clicked on it, and a box popped up.
Personal spaces
That made it sound like I could buy an actual house or base of operations here. But if the floors kept collapsing, did that mean I'd have to buy a new one each floor? Through the 3rd door, which would have normally led outside, I could instead see a small hallway flanked by 10 tiny rooms on each side. Mini hotel rooms, each no bigger than a loft. Sleeping spaces. That's when I noticed the white dot on the map. I startled, realizing there was a creature standing right next to me, just behind the counter. I waved away the map and looked. A furry creature with a paper hat stood there, barely taller than the counter, which explained why I'd missed it. I examined its properties.
Tally, Babka Protector, level 63, caretaker of this safe room. This is a non-combatant NPC. Babka Protectors are magical, gnome-like creatures who exist solely to watch over safe rooms. They do everything from scrub the toilets to prepare your food. They are surly, smelly, and they never wash their hands.
I cautiously approached the counter. The hairy dwarf didn't move. He was a statue. His hair was brown, but it had an odd, almost green tinge to it. The creature had so much hair on his face that I could only see his black eyes and his bulbous nose, covered with angry red veins. He smelled vaguely of wet moss. He wore a blue apron, a plain paper hat, and he had a name tag that read, Tally. "Hi there," I said.
Do you wish for food?
He said, his voice louder than I expected. The creature had a Slavic accent. Not quite Russian, but close. What do you have?" I asked, looking back up at the menu board, which hadn't changed. Is there a list somewhere? Sorry, I'm new here.
Tally knows you're new here. This dungeon has just opened. It opened without warning, so Tally is not ready. But I am ready enough to make most food for human crawler. Tally is prepared, has been preparing for many of your years to make food for human crawlers.
He leaned, raising up on his toes to look at Donut, who was bouncing about in the ball pit.
I am not prepared for cat, but I have milk. Is better than pet biscuit.
Actually, she really likes yogurt. I'm not supposed to give her too much. He gets... Cats need meat to survive.
Will you be renting room?
The creature barely moved a muscle when he talked. It unnerved me. Yes, I know our time is limited, but I need to sleep.
I shall give yogurt to cat. I will have meat for cat when you wake, but I can make food for you now if you wish.
Sure. You really have yogurt?
Yes. What is it you wish for?
I realized at that moment that I was starving. Is there anything to prevent? A pause.
You wish me to make food of my choice?
Yeah, why not? As long as it's not any sort of fish. I've had enough fish to last 2 lifetimes. Tally nodded by barely moving his chin.
What is your spice tolerance? 1 to 5?
Are we talking human spice tolerance? I like spicier, so 4. But only if it's on a human scale.
It is a human scale. Now sit. Open boxes. Wait. Tally will bring you food, then you sleep.
He placed a fast food cup and a small paper bowl on the counter and then nodded at a row of self-serve soda machines before turning and waddling toward the back. My choices at the soda machine were something called Hoop Cola, water, milk, vodka, and something called Worka, which I determined to be beer after I tapped the lever. I was tempted by the beer, but I went with water. I filled the little bowl with water as well. I took a sip, and I was surprised at how cold, how pure it tasted. I shook my head and sat at a booth. I'd received multiple boxes, including a silver adventurer box for finding my first safe room. I spent the next several minutes sifting through the mostly useless loot. Potion, torch, bandages. That was new. They stopped bleed effects. I don't know if my troll skin shirt stopped that or not. It was all the same stuff, except for a silver ring I found in the silver box. The ring gave me +1 to my constitution, bringing the stat up to 10. Donut jumped up on the table while we waited. She drank a bit while I finished examining my loot. She had several boxes as well, including a gold magic item box she'd received for being one of the first 100 crawlers to level magic missile up to level 3. In the box was 25 potions of mana restoration and a collar charm. The charm was a little silver butterfly. Donut squeaked in delight when she received it. It even had a little ring on it, so it'd easily attach to her collar. The charm jingled when it moved. I shook my head. The game really was tailoring the prizes toward the crawler. You don't want to wear a damn bell around your neck. Do you know why people put them on cats? So the birds and squirrels can hear them sneaking up on them.
It's adorable.
Donut announced as the charm poofed onto her collar.
And I am wearing it.
I examined the charm's properties.
Talisman of the Slate Butterfly. Those who remember and commemorate the sad tale of the Slate Butterfly are given a boon by the fairies of the world. That story even made me cry. Adds +4 to the light on your feet skill. Adds +1 to intelligence. Winged fairies will no longer be automatically hostile toward you.
I had no idea what the tale of the slate butterfly was. I had to admit it was a good item. But was it worth the extra noise we would make? I didn't know. I wasn't exactly the king of stealth either. The light on your feet skill simply meant she'd be able to pounce higher and farther. She was already a 3 in the skill when she'd received it, so the charm made her a 7. The moment she put it on, she went bounding back toward the play area and jumped all the way to the top of the plastic tubes. A leap that was twice as high as she'd been able to go before. She spent the next 10 minutes with the zoomies, rushing around the play area like she had when she was a kitten. That was what? 4 years ago?
Hey! Be careful! Don't forget you still gotta land!
Tally emerged from the kitchen holding 2 trays. He waddled from around the counter and placed them both on the table.
Eat!
Donut had a simple bowl filled with white yogurt. She returned to the table and sniffed it suspiciously. What is this? I asked, poking at my food with a plastic fork. It smelled delicious.
Merv Vindaloo, spice level 4, boneless chicken cubes simmered in velvety sweet and sour vindaloo sauce, also potatoes and other spices. It is on top of biryani rice, and I have also made garlic and spinach naan. I apologize, I do not have lamb. They took my lamb for a mob in preparation for the 2nd floor.
He turned to Donut.
Also, Your Royal Highness, I special ordered a fresh salmon for your meal upon waking. I will have it properly prepared and diced and garnished for you later.
Your Highness.
Thank you, Tally. Oh, and Tally. Yes, Your Highness?
He asked, bowing slightly.
Please make sure Carl and I have the best appointed room for our convalescence this evening. That'll be all.
I'm pretty sure they're all the same. Also, you don't want a room of your own?
Of course, Your Highness,
Tally said, and turned away. I looked at the cat, and she blinked and tilted her fuzzy head. Her approximation of a shrug.
It's not my fault he sees me as royalty.
I took a bite of the food, and I immediately forgot everything else in the world. It was literally the most delicious thing I had ever tasted. I'd never been a huge Indian food fan. But holy shit. It was just the right level of heat. I devoured it in minutes. Tally had returned to his post at the counter and remained there, unmoving.
Dude, this was the best thing I've ever eaten!
He nodded slightly.
Are you going to be in all the safe rooms?
No! When this floor collapses, I will move to a random floor in the dungeon. When that floor collapses, I will move down until I am no longer needed.
He didn't elaborate further.
Well, I'm thinking we're going to stay here the next couple of days.
I fought the urge to lick the plate. Could he really make anything in the world? The world is gone. A wave of sadness washed over me, unexpectedly. I took a deep breath. I pulled out the pack of cigarettes from my pocket and was about to light one when a loud but firm
"Nope!"
from behind the counter made me put it away.
We can't stay here.
Donut said.
We need to keep moving.
I have an idea. I think there's a nest of those scatterer bugs just next door. I say we spend our time here and try to clear out the nest. Surely we'll get some experience. Once the entrances to the next level down show up, we'll go searching for a staircase. But until then, we have a spot to sleep, a supply of good food, and a nearby source of experience. I think this is a good place.
Okay,
she said after a moment.
But we need to come up with a snappy way to kill them. Something exciting, yet cute. Something with zest. I want on that show, Carl.
We're not getting on that show.
Weren't you paying attention? Millions of followers, loot boxes. We need to get on that show. Maybe we need a catchphrase.
I sigh. Chapter 10. Time to level collapse. 4 days, 3 hours. I slept much longer than I planned. The rooms were small, but not claustrophobic like the dungeon bathrooms or the racks in a Coast Guard car. The bed was more comfortable than I expected. White cotton sheets smelled brand new and faintly like laundry detergent. And while the halls of the dungeon were humid and stuffy, the temperature in the rooms was a bit chilly, just how I liked it. Donut insisted upon sleeping in the room with me. As usual, he slept on my neck. I didn't dare take off my shirt or cloak, though I knew I was supposed to be safe. Once my head hit the pillow, I was out. I didn't dream, wasn't haunted by nightmares like most nights. I awakened feeling refreshed and full of energy. I looked at the countdown time, astonished that I'd slept 10 hours straight. I hadn't slept that long without waking in at least 5 years. It took the literal end of the world to finally give me a full night's rest. Donut yawned deeply and rolled onto her side as I sat up. He said sleepily.
I need several more hours. That's an order from your princess.
Get up, I said. Tally is making you food, remember? That perked her. The bathrooms in the restaurant had stalls for showers with soap and shampoo dispensers. There was also cheap disposable razors and shaving cream. I finally peeled my clothes off and took a long, warm shower. I stayed until the water no longer ran black. I shaved. There were no towels, however, and I had to drip dry. My internal clock was already broken. I knew it was nighttime again on the planet's surface, but when I saw the plate with bacon, eggs, and pancakes, I sat down and inhaled it all. It felt like breakfast time. It felt like a new day. I wondered about those who'd survived but didn't go into the tunnels. How were they faring? Especially folks in the area of the winter storm. With no shelter, they'd have to build one from scratch. With no electricity, they'd have to make fires. And how much available food would there be? Probably not much. Even most of the animals, like chickens and pigs, were probably in coops and barns during the collapse. Across from me, Donut was eating her third plate of salmon pate. I'd been deliberately avoiding looking up at the board, but I did not. 4,148,111. How soon before my number would be ticked away? I tried asking Tally some general questions about the dungeon, but he refused to answer. He'd only answer questions directly relating to the safety. If I buy a personal space, will it transfer from level to level?
Yes, it will, he said. And from safe space to safe space. Also, it's best to buy all the accessories as soon as you can. Some of the items only upgrade when it goes down a level, so if you wait several levels before you purchase a crafting table, it won't get as strong as one purchased earlier.
Soon thereafter, we left to hunt for some bugs. Outside, the hall was just the same as before. I looked warily about for red dust, but I didn't see any of the bugs. I stepped a bit from the entrance, and I pulled out a cigarette and lit it, sighing deeply. I counted, and I had 9 left after this one.
Really, Carl? Must you like that? You know how I feel about them.
Geez, you're worse than B.
While Miss Beatrice and I don't always see eye to eye on certain policy decisions of the household, I must agree with her on this one. Cigarettes are disgusting.
Well, there are only 9 left, so you won't have to suffer. I stopped dead as the trio of scatterers rounded the corner, chittering as they approached. It was 2 level 2s and a level 4 that was larger than the others. This third bug was almost the size of a donut. wouldn't be squishing this one with my foot.
Scatterer Brood Guardian, level 4. Cockroaches that have been baptized in rage and monster energy drinks. Like its smaller brethren, the Scatterer Brood Guardian is a giant bug who wants nothing more than to fuck you up. Unlike his little brother, these guys are dangerous.
Shit. That doesn't sound good. I really didn't want to fight this thing with my hands, despite knowing I did less damage this way. I pulled out my toad cudgel and clasped it in my hand while Donut blasted the large cockroach 3 times with a magic missile. It hissed and rolled back a few times, its health knocked down to half.
Want me to hit it again? I'll have to down a mana potion.
No, I said, relieved that the missiles did so much damage. I'll take it. I stomped forward with my foot, crushing both the smaller roaches. The Brood Guardian jumped back up and charged again. It was fast, but I was ready for it. It skittered forward, mandible antenna things thrashing. I swung the cudgel down at its head. The rounded edge of my weapon bounced off the creature, which hissed and fell back. The hit didn't appear to do much damage. Plus, I had to awkwardly bend down to use it. I quickly switched to my poker to see if that would be better. I charged again, and I stabbed with the iron stick. Its giant head knocked the poker right out of my hand, and it went flying. This place has the shittiest weapons. I stepped back and snap-kicked, hitting the roach right under its little semicircle head. It squealed. The kick did more damage than the magic missile. I swept forward, continuing to kick at it while it shrank back. Donut leaped off my shoulder with a hiss as I jumped in the air, coming down hard on its back. The cockroach exploded like a balloon filled with coconut pudding. "God damn it," I said, looking at the goo on my feet. Donut crept forward and sniffed the remains. It didn't leave anything lootable.
The level 4 ones aren't too hard to kill. It just smells awful.
I looked at the map. A couple curves of the halls led to the large room. It looked as if there was a door, too. "Okay, this is what we're going to do," I said, as I went to retrieve my poker. The damn thing was useless, and I shoved it in my inventory. "We'll wait until your mana refills, then we're going to creep toward that main room and take and stop. If it's too much to handle, we'll run back here and rush into the safe room.
The safe room door won't open if mobs are outside.
It'll be fast."
That's right.
She said after a moment.
Just remember, I can run a lot faster than you.
We ended up killing a couple dozen more of the level 4 scatterers before we reached the door. We found a hit to the face with a magic missile just before it lunged would stun it. I'd punch down a few times and then stomp the head. Stomping the head almost always resulted in a critical hit. We received several vials of something called Scatterer Hemolymph, which looked like white goo that came out of them when they died. The system identified it as an alchemy material. Every once in a while, the Scatterer would get inflicted with sepsis when it was hit by the magic missile. When that happened, it would turn and try to run off. It would usually collapse and die after it took about 30 steps. Both Donut and I were level 5 when we got to the door. For me, the higher levels didn't really mean anything. I received 3 stat points every time I leveled, but I couldn't distribute them yet. The only thing that helped was that my pugilism, unarmed combat, foot soldier, and smush skills were all level 5 now also. Because of Donut's special buff, she was growing with each level up. Her strength was 15. Now when she jumped onto me, I could feel the strength of her claws on my shoulder, even through the thick jacket and trollskin shirt. Do you have any sort of slashing skill? You know, something with your claws?
Of course I do.
Donut said.
My slice attack is at level 4, and my back claw is also level 4.
Okay, good. You can help if we get into trouble. Your strength is way higher than mine. You should get in there once your magic runs out. The door at the end of the tunnel didn't have any sort of official sign on my minimap. We crept toward it, going as silently as possible. Donut's little bell jingled with each step. The room beyond was large and round-shaped, probably about 1,500 square feet. The door itself was old and grimy, with a doorknob that appeared to be hanging on by a single bolt. While it wasn't labeled on the minimap, there was a paper sign attached to the door written in Spanish. It looked like some sort of official notice. The sign was old and weathered, and it looked like it had been there a while. No entrar, I whispered, squinting at the sign. I think that means do not enter. The next part, for Orden del Centro de Salud. I don't know. By order of something, I think. Can you read it? Donut just looked at me. It was the stupidest question she'd ever been asked. It doesn't matter. Okay, we're cracking the door and looking inside. The doorknob didn't work, and the door wasn't fully latched. I pushed it open as slowly as I could. The door screeched, and I cringed. The room was pitch black. I couldn't see a damn thing. I heard rustling, so I knew there was something in there. But I couldn't see what it was. Donut was standing completely still, her hair poofed out like she was freaked out. What do you see?
There's a lot of level 1 and 2 computers. Lots and lots of them. But there's other stuff in there, and I can't tell what it is. It looks like garbage. It smells like that thing you take with you on those days that other guy comes over to the apartment. You know, like socks. But hundreds of them. I don't see anything else. Light a torch and throw it in there.
Wait, what? Are you talking about my gym bag? Some guy was coming over to the apartment when I was at the gym?
Focus, Carl. Light a torch.
Actually, I have a better idea. I couldn't believe it. Actually, I could believe it. It was my own fault. I should have broken up with her long ago. I felt like an idiot. I also suddenly felt very reckless. Get ready to run, I said as I pulled out the stick of goblin dynamite. The red stick was wet and sticky on the outside, like it was sweating. I examined its properties. The game show voice whispered the description.
Goblin dynamite. This stuff is especially volatile. It's so volatile that you probably don't even need to light the wick to set it off. It's so volatile, even loud noises might set it off. Keep it in your inventory until you're ready to use it. Be gentle. Don't squeeze too hard or else might hit the...
The AI didn't speak for a good 2 seconds.
Boom!
The AI shouted that last word in my head, and I almost pissed myself. I stood still for several moments, my heart thrashing. You are a fucking asshole, I whispered up at the AI. Okay, I whispered up. Run now. I'm right behind you. Donut scampered away as I carefully pulled my Zippo. I lit the long wick, which started hissing and popping like a sparkler. I tossed the dynamite into the room, throwing it as hard as I could. I turned, and I ran. I prayed it wouldn't blow when it hit the ground. Chapter 11. It blew when it hit the ground. I chucked the dynamite a pretty good distance into the large room. I was only a few steps away from the door when it went off. Bam! A sudden, resounding concussion sent me flying. I hit the stone floor and bounced, sliding. The wooden door splintered, and a jagged hunk of wood ricocheted off my head. Stinking, billowing smoke poured through the entrance. Blood seeped from a cut deep in my scalp. My vision flashed red, and I received a danger low health warning. But it quickly abated. Behind me, I could hear the crackling of fire. I groaned, rolling onto my back as my health slowly worked its way back up. I felt as if I'd been run over by that goblin bulldozer thing. Donut appeared above me, looking down.
Are you dead?
She asked. Nope. I don't think so.
Then you better get up. Let's go see what we just did.
I pulled myself up. Mordecai had said I'd be fully healed in 2 minutes. But 2 minutes was a long time when you were in pain. I had over a dozen healing potions now, but I didn't want to waste one just yet. Not when I didn't have to. The room glowed red. I pulled a torch from my inventory. I went to grab my lighter, but a box appeared above the torch, asking if I wanted to activate it. Weird. Different than the dynamite. I mentally clicked yes, and the torch lit on its own. A half-hour timer appeared and then faded as the bright, dancing flames engulfed the top half of the stick. I paused at the entrance, peering inside. The room looked as if it was the interior of a dumpster. Mountains of trash rose to the ceiling. Multiple small fires burned, giving it a pulsating red glow. I tossed the torch in, and the room lit up further. I spied multiple bug pieces scattered about. My map populated with about 3 dozen X's indicating bug corpses. I didn't see any movement with red dots. I also received a ton of notifications, but they were all in the folder. I think we killed them all. See anything?
Nope.
Donut said, rolling into the room. She stopped a couple steps in, looking distastefully at her paw. She'd stepped on something that looked like a dirty diaper.
The only thing that smells worse than trash is burning trash. You make a real mess of this place.
I followed her in. Donut jumped to my shoulder and immediately began licking her paw. I pulled up the notifications as we cautiously moved deeper into the room. The ceiling was higher than out in the hall, almost as tall as the main corridor. Piles of garbage filled the room, stacked at least 15 feet tall. A black garbage bag was ripped open at my feet, and I could see fast food wrappers, soggy Spanish-language magazines, and empty cans within. Why would they transfer garbage into here? I stepped gingerly as to not cut my feet, but I already felt as if my feet were changing, becoming less sensitive to the bare ground. Before, I knew this would be pure agony. It was still uncomfortable, but it was getting better, and it was happening much more quickly than it would have before all this happened. I'd received several skill upgrades just from that one move. Explosive handling. Dangerous explosive handling. Goblin explosives. In addition, I'd received another silver goblin box for killing more than 10 mobs with an explosive, and a gold crowd control box for killing more than 15 mobs with the same attack. I'd received a huge experience bonus for that, taking me almost up to level 6. I had one more notification. Achievement. I clicked on it.
Do you hear music?
Donut asked, pausing her cleaning to look up at the ceiling.
New achievement! Boss Babe! You have struck a blow against a dungeon boss and caused damage to it. Here's a fun fact. For crawlers who make it through the tutorial, this achievement is by far, most often, the last achievement they ever receive. Isn't that interesting? Reward? Let's wait a few minutes before we decide on whether or not to waste a prize on you.
Shing! The door, which moments before had been blown to bits, magically reformed itself, locking us in the room. And just to hammer the matter home, silvery, glowing bars of metal appeared, locking it in place one by one with a clink, clink, clink. 3 skull-headed torches appeared, arising from the garbage heaps. At the far end of the room, something rustled. Something big. Music started playing, the sound filling the room. It was odd, intense, disjointed. It was like a harp playing with distortion with a heavy beat under it. The ground rumbled as the announcement came.
Boss battle! You have discovered the lair of a neighborhood boss. Put your game faces on, ladies and gentlemen, and here we go!
The AI was louder than usual. He sounded like an announcer at a monster truck rally. Normally, I was only really hearing this stuff in my head. This time, it was through an actual loudspeaker. It echoed, shaking the walls and the piles of garbage.
Carl! Carl, I don't like this! Take me from here immediately!
Donut cried. She jumped from my shoulder and started scratching at the door, which would not open.
Carl! Open the door this instant!
I pushed myself against the back wall, waiting for the monster to emerge. Donut, get ready! Just start pumping it with magic missiles! Use your mana potions to refill yourself! Donut turned and panic-fired a missile, which bounced ineffectively against the sifting garbage pile.
Wait until we see what it is first.
The garbage exploded upward in a geyser of scorched trash bags. Bug parts and paper and food wrappers rained. A woman appeared, reaching into the air, screaming as she rocketed up like she'd been shot out of a cannon. She landed with a heavy crash 20 meters in front of us. Donut and I looked at her. This was a human woman, about 35 years old, enormously fat. She wore a filthy and ripped t-shirt and no bra, and her skin was covered in open sores and scabs. A blue pair of sweatpants with the word pink along the leg appeared to be stretched to their limits. Her black hair clung to her head in clumps. Like me, she wore no shoes. She was also 15 feet tall. She spied us, cowering, and she screamed again. Everything stopped the moment she screamed. She froze, I froze, and Donut froze. The only thing that kept moving was my mind, which raced. What the actual... A mugshot-style shot of my face in a round frame appeared floating in front of me, my name and level written under it. A second image of Donut appeared next to mine. A huge verses splattered into the air.
The Hoarder! Level 7 neighborhood bomb. Trapped in her pile of rubbish, abandoned by society, the war inside her head has seeped out of her mind and infected both her body and her surroundings. Now, nothing more than a garbage troll, the Hoarder is a horrific reminder of what can happen to those who fall out of the light. Protected by her minions, she'll do anything to keep her precious stockpile safe.
The woman's title, The Hoarder, appeared in a stylized metallic font with blood splattered around it. It was straight out of a fighting video game. The moment the description ended, we could all move again. The giantess finished her scream and took a few steps toward us, garbage cascading around her with each step. Half of the woman's face was burned to hell. She had a health bar over her head, and it was already 3/4 gone.
I buy and
I
trade.
cheated the boss fight, killing her minions and hurting her before it even began.
Ayúdame, por favor.
Be careful.
The woman cried, reaching for us. Her voice was deep, beefy, scared. The giant woman sounded terrified.
No sé qué está pasando. Me duele el estómago. No sé dónde estoy. Por favor, tengo miedo.
Shit. I think she's a person. Like she was in her house when it happened, and they turned her into this thing. We should help her.
Yeah, that would be a no.
Donut said. She shot a magic missile at the woman, who staggered as it exploded against her chest. The tattered remains of the woman's filthy t-shirt burned away, revealing pendulous, stretch-marked breasts that fell over a sagging, equally marred stomach. Her health barely nudged.
Ayúdame!
The monster woman cried again. She made a gagging noise, and when she opened her mouth, a pair of level 2 scatterers came out and charged at us, hissing.
This is really disgusting.
Donut said. She shot another missile at the woman, her third. Take a mana potion, I cried. I punted a cockroach and then stomped the second. A bag of garbage softened the blow, and it didn't die. I stomped again. I cried out as a jagged hunk of metal tore my foot. The scatterer hissed. Fuck this. I reached down and ripped its head right off the body. It came off with a pop, sending me flying backward. I hit the ground. My hand grabbed something. I thought at first it was a bicycle chain. No, a leash. A metal chain-linked leash. The kind people used for really scary dogs. I snatched it up, pulling. It was still attached to the mummified remains of a large dog. It yanked out of the garbage like a monster, leaping at me. Jesus Christ. I unhooked it and pulled myself to my feet. Okay, I said, looping the chain in my hand. The woman was scared, disoriented, and she obviously didn't want to be here. But she was also vomiting killer cockroaches at us. Our only real choice was to take her out. Distract her, I said. I ran around one of the big piles of garbage, one of the ones holding the skull torches. Thwomp! Donut fired a missile.
Hurry up!
Donut cried.
More cockroaches are coming!
The cat yowled. I saw her sail into the air, using her jump ability to land atop the pile I was running around.
Carl, this is unacceptable!
I rounded the corner, coming at the massive woman from just behind her. Another magic missile bounced off her chest. She staggered as two more scatterers emerged from her mouth. She made this awful noise as they emerged, the sound of 20 people vomiting all at once. These were level 4 bugs, the larger brood guardians.
I can't drink another potion yet!
Donut cried.
It won't let me. I can't fire another missile for a minute!
Shit. I didn't think about what I did next. I rushed up the pile of garbage behind the woman. My feet screamed as I stepped on what felt like broken glass. I looped the metal leash through the handle. I ran, and I jumped onto her back, slipping the loop over her throat. I slid off of her wet, greasy body, grasping the end of the leash with all of my strength as it pulled taut around her. She gurgled and started thrashing about wildly. She stumbled backward, falling toward me. I scrambled to my feet, pulling. Her hands moved to her throat as she crashed down, splattering one of the scatterers. Several other bugs filled the chamber now. Unable to easily get to Donut, they turned toward me while I pulled and pulled.
You're doing it!
Donut cried. A little help here? The bugs made an angry chittering noise as they descended on me. The poor woman gurgled and thrashed. Her health moved downward, slowly but steadily.
My missiles aren't ready yet!
A level 4 hissed and jumped at me. I kicked at it, and it scattered back. It lunged again and snapped, taking a bite of my leg. I screamed. Ah! Use your fucking claws!
She's almost dead. You can kill them when you kill her.
God damn it, Donut! I cried as a second cockroach bit me. I stumbled forward suddenly, landing between the two scatterers. The chain had broken.
Need help?
I stared stupidly at the remains wrapped in my right hand. Fuck. Thwump! Donut fired a magic missile. It must have let her drink another potion. A cockroach hissed and died. Thwump, thwump. The last two went into the woman. She still wasn't dead. With the chain still wrapped around my hand, I scrabbled up and punched the head of the closest of the brood guardians. Its face exploded, showering me with gore. A notification appeared and minimized itself. I turned as the second jumped at me. I fell onto my back as it hit my chest, mouth thrashing at my neck, its barbed legs scrabbling. I ripped at the creature, and one of its legs came right off like I was pulling it from an overcooked chicken. It squealed in pain as I pushed it off me. I leaped at it, pummeling its back with my chain-covered fist. It shrieked and died. My knuckles ached. I need brass knuckles.
Farewell.
Real ones. I whirled around. The hoarder lay on her back. Her health bar was all but empty. Steam rose off of her. The broken half of the leash remained around her neck. I had to finish her off now before she puked more bugs. I scrambled toward her. The woman's eyes met mine as I raised my fist.
Lo siento, si fui una mala persona.
She said. She closed her